much. Now coming to the national anthem of Canada.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us common. Capra se ponte libera, il se ponte la croix. L'histoire est une épopée des plus brillants. God keep my land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you very much. Carrying on with the proceedings, we have our match officials, the tournament referee, Arsalan Premji, your standing umpires, Asmani Siwa and Aryan Premji, and assisting them as third and fourth, respectively, Adil Kasam and Jose Ballu. We welcome everybody for this grand finale, the decider. We wish both the teams to play their best and let cricket at the end win today. All the best to both teams. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last encounter, the final game of the Nida Textiles Bilaterals Women's T20I Cup between the hosts Tanzania women and the visitors, the Canadian women. We're here at Dar es Salaam Gymkhana Cricket Club, and here is the update from the toss.
As Amarpal Kaur. The coin is with Neema. Heads is the call. It's a tail. Tanzania win the toss. Neema, come forward, please. What would you like to do?
Batting.
Why is that? We saw yesterday you had a field first, and Canada won that game. So do you think it's easier to bat here first?
That is not a reason because yesterday we start to field fast. That is why we lose the match. But today we feel like we want to start to batting fast. That is why.
Okay, Neema. Any changes in your team?
Yes, we have one changes. Someday will be out and Uda will be in.
Thanks, Neema. All the best. Amarpal, if you could please come. You're coming off an exciting victory for your team. What are your thoughts on today's game?
Yeah, it's good to be ball first, and it's a little bit we want to use the early wicket conditions, so it's good to be ball first.
Amazing. And any changes in your team?
Yeah, we have two changes, Vritti and Zeel out, Kainat and Trishal are in.
Amazing. Hopefully you can continue your form, and good luck for the game. Thanks. The news from the toss is Tanzania win, and they elect to bat first.
Power on. Fine.
Their visit on a high. It's 1-all, and everything's to play for here today in the heart of the city, in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, in the center at the Gymkhana Cricket Club grounds. The two opening batsmen, Saum and Fatuma Kibasu, are out there and ready to face the first delivery from Vandana Mahajan, changing ends today. My name is Dylan Takrar, and join with me in the commentary box is Drumit Mehta.
Thanks, Dylan. This is sure to be an exciting encounter. Yesterday, Canada's team put forth a great fight and got their first win of this series. So this decider has a lot to hold for us. As you see, Vandana finally bowled the first ball. It's right on the money. Played well by Saum, straight to point.
Yeah, we've already seen a change for the Canadians. Vandana opening the bowling this time from the pavilion end, not from the golfing end. That might have something to say. Maybe she gets a bit more swing on this end. We'd like to see the encounter she has against these two. Full swung hard by Saum, and that's gonna make its way to the ropes. The first boundary of the innings coming in the second delivery. The intent is there, and we just seen how she used that bottom hand to power through the covers. Drumit, that's a shot to start off her innings.
That's a wonderful shot by Saum. It'll definitely give her a lot of confidence after the two innings she's had so far. Slightly full by Vandana and just punished by Saum.
Yeah, she wouldn't want to miss her mark against these two batsmen. We know how explosive these two batters. We know how explosive they are, especially in the power play. Short, dabbed well by Saum. It beats the gap. It's gonna run away, but the fielder able to the task, and that's good running, good feeling, good cricket overall. Well bowled and played by Saum. She gets the short ball and plays it nice, Drumit. That's good running.
Yeah, Dylan, I'll tell you what. I was out there for the toss, and there's definitely a lot of moisture on the grass. So as the ball continues to run through the outfield, it'll get harder and harder for the Canadians to control their line and length.
And we're seeing straight away a change for her coming now round the wicket to the left-hander. Full, played well once again in the gap. Well batted there by Saum, finding the gap once again, this time for a single. It's a good start for her. She's looking confident and she's looking positive for the Tanzanian woman.
And that brings on strike Fatuma Kibasu, who had an electric start yesterday but was unfortunately out early in her innings. She'll be looking to make the most of that start yesterday and carry forward that timing.
Straight away, powers it through, but straight to the fielder. Good start for her as well, getting the middle of the bat first ball. But something, Drumit, you talked about that electric start she had yesterday, and the Canadians not taking a chance today, putting down the two fielders at long on and a deep mid wicket to cope with her explosive starts. Played well once again, but a good stop at short covers to end the over for Vandana. A good comeback for her, ending with 2 dots. And that's the end of the first over of the first and of the final game of this NIDA Textiles Cup. Tanzania women 7 without loss.
And it's spin early on for Canada. We saw yesterday spin got them almost all the wickets, and they're sticking to the same strategy. Indumati Godial comes from the golf end.
Yeah, we know how much these two batters like pace on the ball. That's a smart decision from the Canadians to bring in that slow and turning spin early on. But we like to see what it has to do on this new fresh wicket. Round the wicket. Oh, that's a missed out opportunity, I believe so. And so moved her feet a bit ahead, trying to get at it, but misses out on that one. And by signaled. But I like the intent that Swam was showing from it. Oh, that's a missed out opportunity.
Definitely, as you
believe
can see
so.
there, she
And
shimmies down the
so
track.
moved her feet a
Not
bit
able to
ahead,
connect.
trying to get at it, but misses out on that one.
That's good intent
And by
shown and by
signaled.
signaled by the umpire Aryan Premji, who's in his second official WT20I game. And alongside him is Atumani Siwa, who's making his debut. Driven powerfully, a slight misfield allows them to get back for a single. As I was saying, Dylan, there's a lot of moisture, and we can already see Indumati using the towel that she has to keep on rubbing that moisture off the ball.
On the back foot this time, well bowled by Indumati. That's better, much better. Hitting her length, not giving it too full, not giving Som too much room to free her arms. And that's much better from Indumati John.
Once again, targets the stumps, but well played by Saum through that vacant square leg region, and she gets through for a single.
Yeah, we saw yesterday that these two had 2 run-outs between them in both games. One for Fatuma in the first delivery of the first game, and then later in the second game. So something they'll need to be watched and aware about is their running today. Keep it high and keep it tight. Short cut away outside off with given to Fatuma Kibasu. And she capitalizes on that. It won't race away, but that's another 2 valuable runs added to the Tanzanian tally. High and keep it tight.
Short cut
See there,
away
it's cut
outside
powerfully.
off
That's
with
one of our strong areas, Fatuma. And Achini Pereira there, not allowing it to race away to the boundary. But what that does, once again, Dylan, is get more moisture on that ball. And maybe even disrupt Indumati's line and length. That's been very good so far. But no, she continues the same way. And with that, the second over comes to an end. Tanzania at 12 for the loss of no wickets.
So Vandana, to come back from the pavilion end. We saw the first over, so Home was destructive against her. We'd like to see what she has to offer now. Once again, with on offer. And Soham takes that with 2 hands. This time it's going to race away to the field, to the fence. 4 runs for Soham. What a way to start the over for the Tanzanian. With given, and she slaps it through. 4 more runs to her name.
We can see there. Just eases onto the back foot. And that's a statement of control, a statement of power by Saum. She says, I'm on top of you right now. It's going to be difficult for you to get me.
Yeah, we know what she has to offer. She has a lot to offer. And very experienced campaigner for the Tanzanian women is Saum. Loud appeal, but way down leg. And they're going to scramble through for a single. That is good run from the Tanzanian this time. Some inside edge there. No bias signal. So Saum gets off the strike after a boundary. That's smart batting from it. Tell me something. As an opening batsman yourself, how important is it to rotate strike after scoring a boundary in a T20 format?
No, it's really important to keep the scoreboard ticking always, and the boundaries are always really important in the power play. But what's also important is that you don't dot up too much, and that the scoreboard keeps ticking.
Exactly what Fatuma and Soam have been doing throughout the series and today again. Full try to go straight, but just rolls her wrist a little bit, does Fatuma Kibasu, and finds the fielder at short mid wicket. There is some shape on offer the Drumit here for Vandana. If she can just use that to her advantage.
Definitely, Dylan. As we talked about, she reminds me a lot of Renuka Singh Thakur from India, who has that beaming in swinger, and we see that once again, that in swinger to the righty, which is causing Fatuma some problems because her scoring areas through long on and deep mid wicket have been cut out, and she'll be looking to target that offside for her boundary.
Oh, once again, well bowled by Vandana. She ended her last over with 2 dots to Fatuma, and now already she's had 3 on the trot once again to Fatuma Kibasu. Looks like Fatuma is not finding her feet so far, but something I'm seeing, it's not like she's missing the bowls room, she is getting back on it. Just a matter of time until she managed to middle that towards the fence as well. Good shape position, good seam position there from Vandana, and a good technical shot by Fatuma to find the fielder, but it's a 4th dot. And it marks the end of the 3rd, Drumit. 17 for no loss.
Yeah, Dylan, there's just some days where you find the gaps easily, and some days where you have to work for them. I think that's one of those days for Fatuma. She's not getting the gaps currently, but her timing is good, and she's just gonna have to grind through these first period.
Yeah, that's what we talk about, the partnership. The partnership is important. If one non-striker from one end is not able to score, you on the striker end take charge. And that's exactly what Saum has been doing. They play the same amount of deliveries right now, but Saum already has 10 runs ahead of her. So at least the scorecard is ticking. Advances, gets a bit of an edge and then a drop catch there at point by the Canadian. That's going to be a costly one. She leaped at it, Drumit, but she didn't manage to get her hands around it, and it drops.
Yeah, Dylan, that's once again brilliant bowling by Indumati, targeting the stumps, making Saumu play a wrong shot, which she does. And that was a brilliant effort by Achini Pereira. You don't see that too often, that she drops the catches. But unfortunately, this one slips out of her hands, and Saumu gets another life. Well played by Fatuma. But brilliant bowling by Indumati, Dylan. I think this change, this idea of bringing a spinner from one end is really paying off for the Canadians.
Yeah, once you drop like that very early on, you just know it might be your day today, and you need to take advantage of that drop catch. So, yeah, no ball signal by the umpire, so a free shot for Fatuma, but she gets the big outside edge of it. It's running down the chase is on by Kainat Kazi, and she manages to stop that, but Fatuma comes back for another double. She gets 2 off the free delivery. And that's once again good running for the Tanzanian. If the ball doesn't race down to the fence, they are able to pick up these 2s and keep the scorecard ticking as they just swiftly move over to now over 20 runs in the first 3.2. One of the better power plays we've seen so far in this series. We saw a very good power play yesterday for the Canadians, and now the Tanzanian women are doing the same. No wicket loss for them so far. That's very, very good news for them back at the dugout.
Definitely, Dylan. Once again, we see it's yesterday's pitch being used, the one that was used in the second game, and that proved to be a great encounter, a lot of runs. So this pitch again, once again, delivering, and I'm sure there's a lot of runs on offer in this innings as well.
I'd like to see how Song changed her intent and her approach now. I wouldn't like her to change how she's been going. Go aggressive and go at it at the power play. Oh, just dabbing it, trying to get a quick single there. But once again, there's run out yesterday. Still running in the back of their minds. Not forcing anything, not rushing into it. Are the Tanzanian opening batters.
Oh, played well. A slight misfield once again allows them to get back for a single. And with that, the over ends. The end of the fourth over, Tanzania women cruising at 23 for no loss.
Yeah, tidy one by Indomati. Once again, no boundary in her over. And she's managed to keep it tidy in the power play. Tanzanian women have got off to a good start, I'd say, Drumit. 23 is a very good score so far for the first four without a wicket loss. It'll be nice to see how they end this power play with 2 overs left to go. And both of these seeing the ball quite decently, I'd say.
Definitely, Dylan. And we know that these two batters, once they're set, they find the boundary with ease. So they'll be looking to maximize the last 2 overs of power play and get Tanzania to at least 40 runs to give them a chance at this game.
There we go, Drumit again. Pace is now not into the attack. They're not giving the batters any pace on offer. Another spinner comes now from the pavilion end to replace Vandana Mahajan. It's Terisha Lavia, who's been up onto the mark yesterday with her bowling as well and the day before. And now she's come into the attack, into the power play to bowl to these two. Oh, driven powerfully. A misfield there, but that makes its way to the fence. So Mate makes sure that she capitalizes on the full delivery. A bit of a misfield. You can see how Terisha is disappointed with her fielder. But 4 runs is nonetheless on the scorecard for the Tanzanian women. Saum moving swiftly on to 19 now. She's looking in touch, she's looking in form, and she's looking confident, Drumit.
Definitely, we see once again that timing. And Trisha was not happy with the fielder, but she can't say much as it was the captain, Amarpal Kaur. Once again, moves away. Wide given. That's another loosener from Terisha. But I think we're starting to see the effect of the moisture on the ball.
Full tossed up, but this time Saum gets none of it. She just dots up herself there. I think it was more of like a Yorker delivery there from Terisha Lavia. Saum striking very hard right now. Full once again, advances. She gets the middle of it straight to the fielder, middle of the run out chance, direct hit. Oh, and Saum makes her ground. That is quick running from Saum, but also very good fielding. I think good cricket all over. You like to see those chances, those runouts.
As you can see once again, hit to the mid-off fielder and good running there from the Tanzanians. Good fielding as well. It was the opening bowler, Vandana Mahajan, with that piece of effort.
Yeah, she thought that she'd have her shoulders rested after 2 overs, but that's not true. She had to have that direct hit. It was close. It was a tight one. Oh, left alone by Fatuma Kibas. That's brilliant bowling from Terisha Lavia. Not giving Fatuma room to throw her hands at it. And Fatuma is now at 6 of 14. Dotting a bit quiet, I'd say.
Yeah, she just needs to rotate the strike. These dot balls are not going to help her team. Saum right now is seeing the ball brilliantly, and she just needs to give her more of the strike. She goes for the sweep. Doesn't connect. That's still a wide ball signaled by the umpire. Good wicket keeping there to restrict it to only a wide ball and no extra runs.
Yes, sometimes you don't mind those wides, but I would have liked if Fatuma got some bat on that. It would have brought some confidence to her as well if she got that to the fence. Misses out on an opportunity sliding down her legs. That's Fatuma Kibasu. Oh, moving away from it this time. Does Fatuma Kibasu trying to make room, but she gets none of that. And another dot to her tally as it marks the end of the 5th. It's a brilliant start, I think so, for the Tanzanian, especially with the way Saum is going. It's 30 for no loss after 5.
Definitely, Dylan. As an opening batter yourself, I'm sure you've been in many situations such as this. 1 over left in the power play. You still have no wicket lost. Would you be looking to maximize this?
Yeah, I think you, as an opening batter yourself, and myself as well, I think it's always about playing the ball with the conditions. Because the new bowler coming in Amarpal Kaur, you need to see how she's bowling it first. But if it's in your zone, you have to go at it. You only get 1 more over to capitalize in the power play. And if you see it in your slot, you might have to go at it. But something that's very often you see as opening batters who's got off to a good start, the last over of the power play, they try to do too much and lose their wicket, which is a very risky choice. So if Saumu sees it in her zone, I believe that she has to go for it. But if not, it's already been a good power play start. If they can just keep to rotate and try and save their wicket, because we do know they have a deep batting lineup with the Tanzanian woman. Oh, that's in her
Not-
zone. Exactly what I'm talking about. Flighted full width, and it's gonna race away for another boundary of Swaumu's bat. Drumit.
Yeah, Saum definitely in her zone. Not a good ball from Amarpal Kaur. She has two fielders deep on the leg side, and she's bowled that one outside off, and brilliantly capitalized on by Saum. She's on 24 now of just 16 deliveries. And if she stays on strike, Tanzania on course to make the most of the power play.
Exactly what I'm talking about. Make sure to capitalize on the loose balls. Not forcing anything. That's a no risk cricket shot from Saum to get 4 of Amarpal Kaur's first delivery. Much better from Amarpal. Not giving the room. But Saum was smart batting, not forcing to go over the top anywhere. Just dotting herself there. That's a good bowling from Amarpal Kaur.
Definitely much better from the first ball. Flighted up and played down the ground. Another misfield. And that's gonna race away once again. No, it doesn't. That's 2 runs. The outfield stopped the ball. But Saum, once again, looking in her element.
Yeah, I think the Canadians have not been on the top of their game with the fielding today. A few missed fields here and there has costed them about 8 to 9 runs already. We're gonna see how costly that will be as they come out to chase in the second innings. But missed fields are never a good sight for the fielding team. Might it be the nerves, Drumit, for this last final games, do you think?
Yeah, could be. But it could also be the fatigue of their long tour. They've been in Uganda. Then they were here 6 days inside their hotels without playing a single game. And now finishing up the tour.
Another misfield. Another misfield from the Canadian woman, and the Tanzanians are up to it to sneak in a single. That's great running. Fatuma Kibasu and Saum learning from yesterday's mistakes and able to sneak in these singles. It's what you need in the game of T20. Being able to steal runs from your opponents. That's exactly what they've done today, have the Tanzanian batters. With 1 delivery left in the power play. We'd like to see how they can close it off.
Good ball by another misfield. Good ball by Amarpal, but that misfield leads to 1 more boundary. She's not happy. But that's a 4 nonetheless to end the over. And Tanzania make the most of the power play. They are 41 for the loss of no wicket.
Yeah, you can just see flighted up outside the off, and Fatuma Kibasu hitting at it hard, just dropping short of the fielder at mid-off, Rabjot Rajput. And that makes the way to the fence. 41 for no loss after 6. A brilliant start for the Tanzanian woman. As we now move after the power play, we have with us in the comms box the head coach of the Tanzanian men's national team, Coach Salyeg Nakardeen, here to watch this game between the Tanzanian woman and the Canadian woman. Coach, what did you take on this game so far? How have the women started?
Yeah, thank you, Dylan. Nice to be here. It's important that the start that Tanzanian women have at the moment is they got to capitalize on this, and obviously make sure that they build good partnerships here and get a decent quality total on the board to defend later on. But I thought it's important phase now where they're in control.
Hit away well. Good fielding. Good stop by the captain, Amarpal Kaur, at long off. But Tanzanians scramble back for 2 more runs. That's good batting and good running and fielding all overall. But coach, tell me something. With a start like this, no wickets lost so far in the power play. 40 already on the board. What is a good target looking like for the Tanzanians to come back and defend later?
If you look at it, I'm looking at 100 pitching, and you can always that last 5 over 30 balls that's in the latter part of the innings is going to be crucial with wickets in hand. Yeah, 120 plus will be a proper score. I think looking at the wicket, it's quite a good wicket. Just the outfield is a bit slow, but yeah, I think running between wickets is important.
And what have you seen about the series so far as a whole? How it's progressed? How it started off with a rain out, with a low score, but then slowly the batters from both ends actually have been able to capitalize on some good scores so far.
Yeah, pity about the first game, but yeah, I think both teams showed some good character. Tanzania in the first game, and then Canada came back very nicely and with the with the plan. And now today is obviously who's going to be who's going to take the honors today. Very important. Who's going to take that opportunities.
Yeah, well played by Fatuma Kibaso into the gap, just not forcing anything, playing it with ease to long off. Register another single. I think now she's slowly getting into it. Coach, tell me one thing. As an aggressive batter, after the power play, do you look to try and score for boundaries, or what would you suggest? Would they just look to rotate the strike and try and get 6 to 7 and over, or should they force a boundary?
Yeah, I think that you just gotta keep building momentum. You obviously want to put away the bad ball. So the running between wickets it's also key, but you want to keep the momentum going. You want to put pressure on the outer fielders, and to make sure you keep bowling on what you've busy doing in that power play at the moment. But yeah, very important to obviously with the slow outfield, just to keep on going, hitting the bad balls for four.
Yeah, thank you, coach. That marks the end of the seventh over. 46 for no loss are the Tanzanian women, and I'm sure the dugout is very happy with this score.
Omar Kalkour coming back for a second over. First one was expensive, but they once again good running between the wickets. Gets Fatuma back on strike. Coach, happy to have you here in the comms box.
Thank you, the Drumit.
So tell me, coach, you're the head coach of the senior men's team. You're my coach as well, and currently you're also with the under 19 team who's preparing for the World Cup. So what are your plans for for Tanzania cricket as a whole? How are we going to develop?
Very important question, and thanks for that. I think it's a journey that we started in May, a couple of months ago. It's 5 months ago now. Just looking at this ball first. Obviously, we want to get both teams to a standard where the under 19s obviously qualify for the World Cup in January, and we're busy building.
That's in the air and a drop catch. Once again, not the best of feeling from Team Canada. And now Fatuma also gets one more chance at a batting.
Yeah, just to come back to the under 19s, we're busy a couple of weeks now in terms of just getting the squad to the last 15. That's gonna obviously be selected. The guys are working hard, and we've got about 7 trial games that we're busy now. But in terms of the overall holistic game, men's, ladies, and under 19s, it's important that we build a good structure, good base, good quality players in the pipeline. That's very important. Very important in terms of what we can spit out in a couple of years' time. It's a bowling phase with young system that needs some proper guidance. And yeah, very excited as well to starting the journey. There's a lot of challenges, but also some good things that happened over the last 4 or 5 months with regards to women's cricket and with regards to the under 19s. The first time ever going to a World Cup, and that's the area that we want to put emphasis on at this stage, because we're going to be in the group with South Africa, Afghanistan, and the West Indies. Yeah, I think it's important that how we can go about our planning and preparation, and selecting on the last 15 that's going to go to World Cup. But very excited to be around in this space and to see this space growing for the future and the longevity of Tanzanian cricket, and to make sure that we start believing that we can get more into World Cups. We can be more winning ways in qualifiers and so forth, and getting our game to a different standard by just creating a proper working culture that everybody buy into. and take it from there and going from things to things.
So that's wonderful insight, coach. As we see the star of the show yesterday, Achini Pereira. She's into the bowling lineup. Bowling a first ball to Fatuma. Right on the money. Bit of communication there. Chance at the non-striker's end. Not taken. And they get through for a single.
Yeah, I think just looking at this last couple of games, I think what we've seen yesterday, it was a good contest between bat and ball, between spin and as well. That played a massive role, and how we play spin very important, and how we comfortable or not comfortable in spin. We need to make sure that your game is in order, that you really work at it most of the time.
Definitely, coach. And I think the Tanzanian women have definitely improved since yesterday, playing against spin, especially these two batters, already going at a run rate of over 6 runs every over.
Yeah, very good. I think they just got to keep building on this. I've seen a lot of soft dismissals as well over the, yesterday, specifically, especially runouts.
Full toss. And a brilliant shot by Fatuma. It's in the gap. Amarpal will do everything in her way to stop it, and she does. Restricts that to only 2 runs. Once again, Fatuma looks like she's in the groove now.
They just say too early, but say
Once again, driven beautifully straight down the ground by Fatuma. Now she looks very confident. It doesn't look like she's going to give any other chance after that drop catch at long off in the last over. Ball straight, loud appeal, but not given by Aryan Premji, the umpire, standing officiating his second T20I match. Coach, what has done well this over? Not well.
well, I think you gotta make. Drumit?
Yeah, I was saying, what has Achini and the Canadian team as a whole? Because they've not gotten the wickets. But what do you think they can improve on in this inning?
I think it's just the consistency they've been all over all over the ground. Important is consistency at any obviously the field placing as well. I think the most important thing is the consistency in terms of the areas that they need to execute, and putting more pressure on the Tanzanian batters. At this stage, batters are batting high from freely, and obviously quite a good target as well with total. And also from midfield this morning, the batting side getting into a better situation as well. Important to create pressure all the time.
100% coach. As we can see, another brilliant shot by Saum. Good fielding. And they'll still get 2 runs. It's good running from the Tanzanian batters in this heat. After playing 9 overs, they're still looking for every run. For the viewers back home, with me is Coach Saleh of the Tanzanian national team. And for those of you who don't know, it is none other than his son who is the head coach of the Tanzanian women's team. As we see another brilliant boundary by Saum. She is really in her groove. Once again, a full ball straight. She shimmies down the track and disposes it over deep mid wicket.
Yeah, that is good momentum. I think it's important after 9 overs, 9.3, that you keep the pressure on the bowler to make sure that they not settle into a rhythm. Very important.
Once again down the track. Loud appeal for a stumping, but not given. That's a brilliant comeback from Amarpal Kaur. Coach, it seems like you and your son have brought a winning mentality into Tanzanian cricket.
Uh, yeah, I think it was a good start, especially to a new journey, and especially when you start a new in a new environment. Yeah, as a coach, you always wanted to start well. You just never know what's going to happen when you start with a new team. And yeah, I think up till now it's been a good journey.
Yeah, for the viewers who don't know, Coach Imran in his first tournament got Tanzania to their first ever World Cup. In his second tournament, made the Tanzanian ladies, win the Kuibuka tournament, and then they placed third in the World Cup qualifiers. Coach Saleh, on the other hand, won the Malawi Quad Nations Cup, and in his second, led Tanzania to a fourth place finish in the World Cup qualifiers.
Yeah, like I said, Drumit, it's always nice to see players are improving. The structures that we want to put in place, or what we're busy putting in place, that it works for the longevity of the players, as well as the for Tanzanian cricket. And yeah, I think we can't relax, we can't go into a comfort zone. We got to step up another level. We got to make sure that everybody is improving in their conditioning, their fitness and conditioning, their skill, and all those sort of things as well. So that culture that we create, everybody's practice, so that they get better, and also from their side to do that extra work to get them into a space where they can compete more consistently at a higher level. And that's what we're achieving for. It's not an easy thing, but it's a thing that we need to have patience. We need to drive what we need to can drive and what we can control, and to make sure that the outcome eventually will be a positive one. We're gonna lose some and we're gonna win some, but we gotta balance the win with the lose as well. Are we taking the losses? And with the wins, make sure that we are a balanced person, a balanced character, a balanced cricketer, and that we learn from each game, and every ball that we bowl, every ball that we bat, that we face, and every ball that we field, we learn from each um, area on the field. So the skill levels, we still far away from where we want to be, but that's work in progress, and we need to make sure that we can do our best to make it work, and see players excelling in the future.
That's brilliant, Coach. One thing I heard from you and from the chairman, who I was with yesterday as well, Dr. B.S. Srikumar, the chairman of Tanzania Cricket. One similar thing you both talked about was the physical fitness of the players. Is that one aspect that indicates where Tanzania wants to go in the future?
Yeah, definitely. I think conditioning plays a massive role, in terms of your batters, your bowlers, and obviously from a fielding perspective. Your physique is very important. You're gonna be 50 overs in the field. You're gonna play 100 overs if it's a 50-over game. You're gonna play 40 overs if it's a 20-over game. But you got to make sure that you look the part when it comes to a cricketer, and you got to be up there, and there's so much role models around the world that obviously sacrificed a hell of a lot in terms of how they eat, what they drink, how they sleep, how they going about their daily routines, how they approach their practices, and all those sort of things, and work behind the scenes. So those are key fundamentals to make sure that Tanzania, as a cricket nation, we improve every game, or improve every series. And that is for me the monitoring system, to see how players improving, practice by practice, game by game, and obviously series by series as well. So for me, and somebody that came in 5 months ago, I think we've made some strides, and like I said, we're not going to go into a zone where we feel comfortable. We got to push the boundaries wherever we can. We're going to push the players as hard as possible, to make sure that they improve, and understand what is it all about to be a professional cricketer, or representing your country. and the enjoyment factor for me it's very important. You know, it's if you must enjoy the game, but you gotta work hard as well.
Really, some amazing insight, coach. For the viewers back home, that's Coach Saleh of the national team. He's been he's been with the Western Province in South Africa, the head coach of the Western Province team, part of the coaching staff of the national women's team of South Africa, who just recently in the finals of the Women's Cricket World Cup. Like training with these professional athletes who are at the top of their game.
Yeah, it's been a very good journey. Started with him in 2016. With there's 7 or 8 players still played in the last World Cup, and the journey was quite exciting. The journey was, there was hell of a lot of experience that we can take out of that. Especially women's cricket, where the game is a bit slower. Now you can see it's much more quicker. Where we started, 10 years ago, and those 4 years was fantastic just to learn more about the women's game. Obviously, the biggest one is to be patient around the game, but for them to want to have that knowledge, wants to learn about the game was so important factor. It's the same what I've experienced here in Tanzania. They're hungry for knowledge. They want to get better, and it's just a very exciting period with him, with 3 World Cups being around with him as well, where we lost in a couple of semi-finals. 2022 was the final in South Africa, where we lost in the final, and now this past World Cup also in the final. But yeah, I think the time will come where South Africa ladies will get over the line. But very talented bunch of players, and just the work ethic. It improved over the years, improved a hell of a lot, and just the quality they portraying now, and to high quality teams, beating Australia, beating India. Those were the teams back in the days where you struggled, and the mentality now is totally different. The winning mentality, the champion mentality, it's very different, and the way they approach the game so important to for the people coming into the space feeling comfortable and making sure they enjoy the environment. So yeah, very very privileged and fortunate to be around in that space.
That's amazing to hear, coach. For there are a lot of viewers watching back home, coach. A lot of young girls aspiring to be cricketers. Even from these 2 teams, Tanzania and Canada women, cricketers aspiring to be the next Laura Woolvard, the next Marisa, the next Nadine de Klerk. What advice do you have for them? What do these top players do? What do they have to do to get to that level?
It's all about just watching this ball.
Driven well through mid-off as this partnership continues after the drinks break.
All about hard work, Drumit, and I think it's the small things that you want to do more regularly. The repetition work, the skills work, the drill work, the understanding of what is your role that you play in the game, in the team.
Flicked into the leg side, in the gap. They look for 2, but they settle for 1.
Yeah, and the willingness to to learn every day on tour or when we're at home. Give them insight of more of the batting fundamentals, the inside of bowling fundamentals, the inside of fielding. Why is fielding so important? The attitude towards fielding, and yeah, and that for me, it's so important to for them to understand, what lies ahead in the future for them. If they prepare in the hard yards and prepare to work hard, you can have talent, but if you don't work hard, you're not, the success won't come that easy. You got to make sure that you do work behind the scenes regularly. Your conditioning, utmost important, especially from a lady's perspective, where they're going through difficult stages in their lives as well. But yeah, they need to understand also that part.
Wide ball called there from Tiffany Thorpe. She's been brought into the attack straight after the drinks break, hoping to get a wicket for her team. As coach was saying about the about the physical conditioning of the players. We saw yesterday Canada. They won the game with a brilliant catch in the end, a diving catch, and they have only gone from strength to strength with this appeal as well. Not given. The Tanzanians also very sharp in the field. Is that the direction that women's cricket is headed as well?
No, definitely. I think you wanna be at the on the big stages very often, and you wanna showcase your talent. So for me, fielding is an attitude.
Driven, lofted into the air by Saum, but she'll only get one run for that shot. Because patrolling the boundaries, Achini Pereira, she's been brilliant in the field. One of those live wires, coach.
Yeah, it's been good to see. Like I said, just to add on to the attitude on fielding, that can change games. They can win games for you. A sharp run out, a sharp catch, like yesterday, very important.
100%. We can see Fatuma and Saum both now looking to take the charge to the Canadian bowlers. They are settled, and now they're looking for the boundaries to up the ante, get their side to the 120 that you were looking for.
Not to lose, you don't want to go negative, but from this position that the Tanzanian ladies find themselves, they got to get to that 120 mark plus, and it's just common sense batting from now on, hit the gaps, run the twos, bad balls got to go for four, keep the momentum, keep the bowler under pressure most of the time, not let them settle. But yeah, I think if they're going this route, they will obviously achieve that target and hopefully going past at 120. But cricket is a funny game. Let's stay to where we're at the moment in the current state. Very nicely.
Definitely, anything can happen. As we saw yesterday, Tanzania losing 6 wickets for just 6 runs. But they'll be confident today with these two looking in top form. And still in the dugout, they have their captain, Neema Justin Pius, who's looked in sublime touch throughout this series. And they have the returning Huda Amrisho, who was injured. But the coach and the Tanzanian support staff have said that they are she's fit enough to play. And there'll be a big boost to the Tanzanian batting lineup.
Yeah, just on the captain was fantastic over the last, couple of days. Just see her play, looks in control of a game, and that's what you want to see. Batters organized, understand what their roles, and to make sure that they execute properly. And to see that is very encouraging.
Trisha Lavia brought back into the attack for a third over. An interesting fact about her: in the whole of Victoria series, she bowled 19 overs and did not concede a single wide. So she's one of those disciplined bowlers who doesn't give the batters anything to work with. As we see even once again in today's game, she's bowled very disciplined, stump to stump line. And that's bowled once again. As we said, very disciplined, stump to stump. You miss, I hit. And Patuma missed. And that's the first wicket. That's the breakthrough Canada women were looking for. Tanzania now lose their first wicket for 70 runs.
Yeah, that was a good partnership. I think, under the circumstances, you want to build on this now. And the captain obviously approaching the crease. So you want to keep that momentum going as well. In the next ball, the next 15 to 18 balls are crucial, not to lose any wickets now again. And, have a ripple effect like yesterday. But yeah, I think just work
Definitely, coach. And I know you talk a lot about the set batter staying throughout the innings. So what do you think is the role of Saum here? Does she have to stay for her team until at least the 16th, 17th over to ensure that Tanzania posts a decent total on the board?
Deep as possible. We know it sounds like a cliche, but you got to bat deep and to make sure that there's an in batter at the end, at the last sort of 18 balls, to 24 balls. So you don't want to momentum now. You just keep plugging away. It is your team to get to that 120 mark.
You heard it here, folks. Saum, if you're listening, you have the onus on you to get the team to the 120 total. That's going to be a winning total on this wicket. We saw yesterday Canada getting 106, and I'm sure if Tanzania can post 120, they'll be in the top position to win this game. At the end of the 12th over, Tanzania has 70 for the loss of 1 wicket. Achini Pereira brought back into the attack. She got a 5 for yesterday, along with a hat trick, a wonderful hat trick that lit up the Dar es Salaam Gymkhana ground. She'll be looking to replicate some of that today as she bowls to Saum Godfrey, who's on 45 runs. Lofted in the air towards long off where the captain is fielding, and another misfield leads to 2 runs. We saw yesterday and throughout this series, Neema Justin so quick, and even if there's a sniff of another run, she's quick to take it. Good comeback from Achini, not allowing any room for Saum to free her hands. See the lefty righty causing a bit of problems for the field. The number 4 fielder Shishiraha, who was the wicketkeeper in the first game, he was brilliant. Got 2 runouts. Now she's running around in the field for her side from point to point, and she'll be hoping to get one more run out today to break Saum Tyre's brilliant innings. Full toss, and that gets Neema off the mark in good style. She gets a single. So once again, she's looking for the second run. She's looking for anything to capitalize on.
Yeah, I think it's important that you got to latch on to making ones into twos, especially.
Really, coach. That's one aspect of the Tanzanian batting we saw in the first game. When they hit to the sweepers, they are on their toes looking for the second run. And more often than not, they got that run due to a slight misfield because of the pressure on the fielder. And today they'll be looking to do more of the same. Opportunity goes down. That's 50 up for Saum. First 50 of the Nida Textiles Cup. And look at her. She's ecstatic. Comes down the track. Lofted over mid-off. So a slight misfield allows her to get to a to get to a half century. As the chairman of Tanzania cricket, also very happy for her. She was going through a rough phase in the first two games, but she gets a 50. As they say, form is temporary, but class is permanent, coach.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was a good shot. Maybe the option could have been better. But yeah, it's four to the total, and I think she's gotta be there with at least 80 odd not out at this stage. She's got to bat through properly. You know, and make sure that the side is in a good position here.
Definitely, coach. One thing we see with batters when they reach their milestones is that they start to slack off and think that their job is done. But this is far from done for Saum. As coach said, she has to look to get into the high 80s. And with the time she has left, maybe even look for a century and to get her team over the line and win this Nida Textiles Cup.
Yeah, this is the testing period for each batter or player to take your side into a winning stage, a winning position. Where you're in and you got to really control the innings now.
Once again, just ease through long off. She's having no trouble at all getting those singles.
I think the key partnership here is this two now, this phase of the game. You know,
But beautifully, but once again, she's there, she's everywhere. Achini Pereira at point. Sorry, that's Shrishti Raha, as we say. The wicket keeper. He is also a live wire on the field. Driven straight down the ground. The bowler puts everything she had, but unable to stop it. Neema keeps the scoreboard ticking.
I would still like to see that, especially hitting down the ground, that the batter's putting pressure on the field as well. Those are very key moments at this stage, especially in T20 cricket.
At the end of the 14th over, Tanzania 81 for the loss of one wicket. We see on screen the third umpire, Jose Fallu. Saw him in action yesterday. Think they want to change the ball. We talked about that moisture in the morning. Maybe that's caused the ball to wear down slightly, ever so slightly, causing a change in that. Iron Premji assessing which ball is best for the amount of overs played. Coach, I know you talk a lot about team culture and unity, and we saw a lot of that with the Tanzanian team cheering every wicket, every run scored by their batters. How important do you think that is to a team's overall performance?
Team culture and what you create and the value system that you put in place is it's so important for the success of a team going forward, especially when it's a team that you're busy building and newcomers that's coming into the team as well to get a feel of what is this DNA of each of this team all about, in terms of off the field, on the field, when we're playing, when we back home, the character of each player, the way we conduct ourselves, in a team space, the respect for each other, the accountability that we put in action and not just talking about it, and how we play the game and the enjoyment of the game, and that's the key fundamentals of team culture that we all want to see grow. And that is the key fundamentals for me to see how a team can grow over a period of time for people coming into in the space. So yeah, I think if we play for each other, we happy for each other's success.
Good running between the wickets there. It was a brilliant shot by Saum. But once again, what we talked about, pressure on the fielders. It leads to another run. And the Tanzanian dugout now finding their voice with every shot played by Saum.
No, definitely. I think it's good to see.
Work through the fine leg region and they'll look for another double. But Saum sent back by her skipper Neema. You don't often see that. Neema turning down a single. But I think she's looked at the state of her partner and the hard work she's put in. Says, let me ease the burden from you, Saum. I'll do a bit of the scoring as well.
Yeah.
Driven straight through the ground. Straight along the ground. A slight fumble. But they settle for one once again. Coach, you talked about the DNA that you instill into a team. I would like to know a bit about your own DNA at home. What was it like at home? You being a coach and your son also aspiring now. He's the coach of the Tanzanian national women's team. Coming back to that question, first we see Saum once again just easing the ball through the leg side for a boundary.
Yes, Drumit, it's been a very fantastic journey. It's been 28 years in coaching. You know, coaching different sides, being successful with different sides as well. You know, had our good successes, we had our failures as well that you're going through as a coach. Um, and you know, the way we at home is that supporting each other, talking cricket, getting feedback from my son. What you know, especially when it's my team, when he's looking on TV or watching the game, giving some advice as well that I didn't see maybe and we could have done better. But those are things that how we interact at home. We there's a support system for what we're doing because it's our work. And we want to get need to evolve every time as a coach. You want to get better, you want to see your players getting better, your team's getting better. And yeah, I think the support from my wife over the last 37 odd years has been massive. I think all the sacrifices that she made when I was away from home, overseas or whatever, she's been holding the fort with Imran when he was still at home at a young age and so forth. So I'm very grateful for where we at now and what she's been doing over the years to keep the house in order, and for me to do my work and enjoy my work. It's not an easy thing, but it's also you're missing out a lot out on family birthdays. You're missing out on people passing away. You can't be at their funerals. You're missing out on so many things that because you're away with your work and overseas and when you come back you heard this happened, that happened. It's not always easy. But yeah, at the end of the day, this is the journey that I took and supported from family at home as well. And that is it's you can't take that for granted. Being in Dar es Salaam for the last 5 months, new journey, new project. It's such an amazing place as well. And to start building a process, team culture, putting structures in place for the different teams. It's so important for me when I leave one day that somebody else can take over and to make sure that there's a better the, the teams are in a better space, better place, and the structures just to build on those sort of things going forward. But yeah, I think you come to a stage where you feel like we're getting older, but you can still can add value to.
It's a chance. Oh, falls just short of the fielder. Both these batters looking now to accelerate and get to 120 plus now. Yeah, coach, as you were saying, a lot of sacrifices to be made for the game we love. It's not all highs, there's the lows as well. But that's the beauty of it. That's why we play the game.
Yeah, it's what they say. It's all about the passion for the game, and be happy for people that's moving to the next level. That getting better. Be consistent in their careers and see them grow playing for the national side. And be happy for them as well. You're building relationships. That up till today, I worked with players 20 years ago. You still got that bonding, you still got that relationship, about the game. They're still playing first class cricket, they're still playing for the Proteas and things like that. So that is a very important aspect of coaching, is your man management skills. It's not just all about batting and bowling. It's about how control your team, how you interact with your team, and how to let them feel valued. Treat them as your son or as your family. But yeah, but there's also a big respect factor in that regard. We have our laughs, we have our jokes, but we enjoy the game through bad times and through good times. But this is a fantastic journey to be part of. And one day I can say, God willing, that I was part of a Tanzanian setup where start growing the system and make sure that the system will be in a better place in a couple of years' time. And for longevity of this association as well.
Brilliant to hear, coach. There's some fantastic work you're doing here in Tanzania, and the results are evident even in the short term when you're still building the long term. Whoa! What a piece of fielding there! Vandana Mahajan. Saum hit it straight back to her very strongly, but she holds out one arm, turns back, and throws it. As you can see here, catches it with the left, throws with the right, and catches Tanzanian skipper out of a crease. That's brilliant fielding.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Good effort. That will change, the quality of your bowling, fielding of your own bowling, and create opportunity for your team to get back into it. So important phase now again, obviously, to rebuild again for Tanzania now, to make sure they, this last 18 balls, 17 balls that left, it's important that they keep the momentum for that 120 mark.
Definitely, coach. And a lot of noise being made for the new batter in. It's Nasra Hamza. We have the Tanzanian national under 19 team with us, cheering for her, cheering on for her, as she'll be looking to make a huge impact on this innings. Coach, this reminds me of a clip that I saw very recently in Pakistan. The opening batter got out, and there's a lot of cheers because the next batter in was Babar Azam.
Yeah, I've seen also where Baba didn't get any runs, and then the whole stadium, went out when Baba lost his wicket, and some fans is leaving the stadium. So that was, you know, ec- you know,
Yeah, definitely. As we see Saum once again not backing down even after the loss of a wicket. Yeah, but sometimes the fans, a lot of fans just come to see a single player who's mesmerizing. We saw even in India before there was Sachin Tendulkar. Whenever he walked in, there was 100,000 people saying Sachin, Sachin.
yeah, definitely. I remember back when I was still playing, and my dad was around the field, and when I get out, he also go home. So that was quite funny. But yeah,
Slow one from Vandana. Hit straight back. A good effort from her. But that shot had too much power. And Saum gets another single. Vandana just looking out for her hand, keeping it warm. Slightly disappointed with herself after that brilliant piece of fielding she did to dismiss Neema. And we finally see Nasra Hamza on strike now. The one who's been cheered by a lot of fans. Let's see if she can make an impact on this game. She welcomes her with a bouncer. Vandana Mahajan. Oh, called wide by the umpire. Called one for the over as well.
It's important that Nazara is obviously, getting Nemo on strike to make sure that keep the momentum going here for the next 12 balls. Very important phase.
Definitely, coach. As the camera just panned, there's a lot of support here for the Tanzanian side today, the home side. A lot of kids interested in the game of cricket, as has been the case ever since the new committee has come on board. They've been encouraging cricket and taking it throughout the grassroots of of the country, taking it to schools in villages. And it's been wonderful to see a lot of guys from the villages now come in as players.
Yeah, wonderful to see Drumit. I think just to support the women's game, support your national team, if it's now the 19s, the men's and and the ladies. And that is what you want to see. The game is growing, the ladies' game is growing, and for them, it's obviously also you know
In the air, and the fielder settles underneath it and takes it easily. She disappoints her fans, and she'll be disappointed herself. Nasra Hamza, as we see in the replay, she looked for the big shot, maybe that adrenaline rush that she had, and taken easily by Indumati Gurdial.
I think this phase what I was talking about, Drumit. I think if you look at it, there might be 15 balls left, 16 balls, and how 16 balls is a hell of a lot of balls, and if you give yourself a chance here, you can get that 120 very easily. But to make sure that not throwing it away unnecessary and creating dot balls and creating pressure for yourself. So it's important just to get off strike and to make sure that the in batter, it's getting most of that strike now as well.
Yes, definitely. Saum would want as much of the strike as possible in these last 3 overs. And joining her is Huda Amrisho Omari, the injured warrior who is now fit to play. She'll be looking to make a big impact on her return to the Tanzanian side. I think she's warming up, ready to run, ready to make an impact. As the catch taker Indumati comes back into the attack. Saum straight away, taking her on through the vacant cover region. There's good fielding once again. Achini Pereira patrolling the long off boundary. She runs all the way to cover, restrict that to only 2 runs. But the intent clear from Saum.
Yeah, it's good intent. Like what I see in terms of executing a shot and make sure that
Lighted by Indumati. Oh, she'll feel like she missed out there, Saum. It was down leg. Still called a wide by the umpire. But that's just one of those balls. You feel like I could have had 4 runs there instead of 1. Lighted and comes down the track again. That's a single for Saum. Takes a run tally to 69 runs off 61 balls.
we're good to see at the end.
Huda instantly off the mark. Like she never left. Looks in good touch and brings someone back on strike. As you said, coach, not not to afford any dot balls. Just keep the strike ticking, keep the scoreboard ticking, and keep someone the set batter on strike.
Important. I think it's just common sense now. In this last sort of 16 balls that's left.
Those hit me balls, and this one dispatched over the boundary for a boundary. And Saum not missing out on that one.
Lovely to see the fans across the field there, and some music. It's great, a good vibe.
Yeah, definitely. You see the drum. That Saum takes the team to over 100 runs. Captain Amar Palkor now just wondering who do I bring in for these 2 overs to restrict the run scoring and the run flow of the Tanzanian batters, especially Saum. Doesn't have to think for too long. It's Vandana Mahajan to bowl the 19th over. Going to be only the 5th over of pace bowled in this innings. Spin has really been one of the hallmarks of the Canadian bowling line of this tournament. As Saum works that one through the leg side for a single once again. Brings the run tally to 76. He's inching nearer and nearer to that 80 run mark that you were talking about, coach. Do you think she's done her job and taken a team to already 110 with 2 overs left to go?
Yeah, definitely. I think we're looking at that mark at 120. That's
A shot that brought out the drums for the Tanzanian supporters. You can see there. They're really excited. The drums are out. Saum facing Vandana. Looks for a big shot. Swipe through mid wicket. Good fielding. But they're gonna take her on. The injured Huda limping through for that second run. She's fighting. She's out there giving it all for her team. You can see there she's limping, but she's not backing down. Bouncer from Vandana. Just caressed towards point for a single.
Yeah, it just shows the character. Getting through that pain barrier. You want to get your side to a decent score. So yeah, it's amazing to see the mentality.
100% coach. As there's another misfield. The ball slightly taking an unexpected bounce than what the fielder was expecting. Allows Huda to get off the strike. Last ball of the over. Saum will look to capitalize on it as it's a full toss. Work towards fine leg. Doesn't look like it's going to run away. That's what her team is telling her. Come back for the second. So she does. It gets over the 80 run mark, and Tanzania are now cruising at 117 for the loss of 3 wickets. With 1 over to go.
It's good to see that this is the highest score of the tournament so far. Important 6 balls coming up, to extend maybe to at least get, if they go 6 runs and over, they get to 223. But yeah, 123. Sorry, beg your pardon. That will be, I think, a quite a good score to defend. But yeah, I think you could get a few bad balls. You just never know. But let's see the last over, how effective the Tanzanian batters will be.
Definitely, coach. I think they've got a brilliant score on the board, making a statement after yesterday's loss. Tanzania, of course, ranked higher than Canada women. Yesterday, Canada fought brilliantly. They played the game of their lives. Fielded, they were excellent in the field with the bat and with the ball. And today, it looks like it's Tanzania who have the upper hand so far. As Amarpal Kaur plays, bowls the last over, played well by Huda. He scampers through for 2 runs. Once again, looks like she's limping. But with only 5 balls to go, she's going to fight through that pain barrier.
Yeah, she definitely showed good intent there. Lovely to watch.
The long on slightly wide, looking at the way she's playing. Oh, this one bowled outside off, but Huda unable to capitalize. Hit it through the vacant region at cover. Coach, what do you make of the field placing? There's no square leg as an off spinner. That shows that she's going to bowl. Pardon me. That was on the stumps and missed by Huda. She's bowled. Brings an end to her fighting innings. Tanzania lose 4 wickets with Saum on the non-striker's end, waiting for a chance to capitalize. As I was saying before this wicket, coach, there was a deep cover, a long off, a long on, and a deep in wicket, which may have signaled she was going to bowl slightly outside the off stump. But no, Amarpal bowled it straight on the stumps, and maybe Huda missed out on that one.
Yeah, I think she missed out there. Maybe wanted to hit it too hard. But yeah, I think it's playing with the batter's minds as well, and if you look at the field placing and where she bowled, it was purely like, I'm going to hit. If you miss, I'll hit. So yeah, giving also that, knows that she's got an injury.
Yeah,
That's
once
a good
again, we see the field placing and the ball not correlating. Now she had square leg back, but she bowled it outside off stump. And the new batter, Jennifer Gabrielle, smokes it through the cover region for 2 runs. Sorry, they got 3 runs there. Brilliant running. Brings Saum back on strike. She has 2 balls. He has 2 balls to go. There's a fine leg. There's a short mid wicket. There's a deep mid wicket. There's a long on, a long off, and a deep cover. She bowls it outside the off stump. Saum hits it straight to the fielder, looking for 2. Good fielding restricts that. Shots from the Tanzanian dugout are, let's get 2 runs. Let's get to the 125 mark. And we'll be happy with that. As she smokes it through the covers. And I think they'll get those 2 runs. Brilliant running.
Brilliant effort by Tanzania. Really good batting there. So it's up for now to defend this total and make sure they bowl properly after the break.
Yes, brilliant batting. Saum Tai, unbeaten on 82 runs of 69 balls. What an innings. That's just what you asked for, coach. I think she heard you and she took the onus on herself to take her side to a respectable total of 125 runs after 20 overs.
Yes, and that is where you get recognized as a player. You know what you've done in a period of 20 odd overs. You know you're taking your side to a decent, proper score to defend, putting you in a good position. And those are innings that you will always remember. And when you bowl, you know, get a hat trick or the five yesterday, you know, those are milestones in cricketers' careers as well, and especially this innings as well. You know, fantastic. Bat through the innings, you know, momentum in the innings, 3 down at the most, and that is what you need from your batters. You know, to keep that momentum. You know, during the innings. You know, it's not always going to go your way, but that's the nature of cricket. If it's your day, you make the most of that as well. But very very well played.
%, coach. As you see, Saum, after that brilliant innings, receiving a hug from the chairman, is very well played. She tells the captain in the same time that the job is not done. Still have 1 innings to go. Let's make this win and let's seal that Nida Textiles Cup, ensuring it stays back home.
Yeah, like I said, Drummond, it's another opportunity for the women's side now to add another silverware to the cabinet. You know, those are key areas and series that you know that how the team is growing, and to make sure that you know whatever opportunity comes your way, you take it with both hands and make sure you put another trophy in the cabinet there and another milestone for you as a player to say, listen, I was part of a winning team and I was part of a winning a setup where we play for each other and create opportunities for our team to get over the line.
100%, coach. As we look at the summary of Tanzanian batting, Fatuma Kibasu struggled at the start but found her bearings to get 20 runs off 30 balls before she was bowled by Tirisha Lavia. Neema Justin, the captain, undone by a work of brilliance in the field by Vandana Mahajan. Nasra Hamza, the fan favorite, and Huda Omari was struggling, was limping around. She got 5 runs for her team before Jennifer Gabriel got 5 runs off 2 balls at a strike rate of 250 to close out the innings. But the star of the show was the woman at the top of your screen, Saum Tai, unbeaten with 82 runs off 69 balls. Canada's bowling today was not as good as yesterday, but a few standouts. Vandana Mahajan, as always, ever consistent. She gets a wicket, 4 runs conceded in the 4 overs. Tarisha Lavia as well, pick of the bowlers, conceding only 17 runs with a wicket. And Omar Kaur, the captain, getting that wicket, conceding only 28 runs. The news from the middle is Tanzania have made 125 runs, which need to be chased by Canada in 20 overs if they want to have a chance at winning this game. This is a series decider. Canada have won 1, Tanzania have won 1. 1 innings left in this series. We'll be back shortly.
And we are back. The second innings is almost underway. The news from the first innings, Tanzania women managing to put on the highest total so far of this series with 125 on the board to defend for them to win this Nida Textiles Cup 2025. But the Canadians, I'm sure, are coming out with full force and power. I'm sure they'll be very confident that they can put in the chase here. The wicket looks flat, but the story of today's game so far has been all about Saum Mtea having started off the innings at that number one role and never got out. She played it deep. She took it deep with her unbeaten 80 plus score. 82 for Swaum. She has been the talk of today, but it's going to be a good contest to see what these Canadians have to offer. We have Achini Pereira and Rabjot Rajput. Achini playing one of her better knocks yesterday. We've seen what she's capable of, and we know that if she puts in a good fight here as well, this target is not too far away. My name is Dylan Takrar, and with me joining the comms box, Azhar Premji. Azhar, take me through what you've seen so far in this game.
Yes, Dylan, thank you so much. We saw Saum play a brilliant innings. It's time for Chini Pereira to replicate the same innings with her Rabjot Rajput. It's going to be a fun contest. Against them, Paris Sakayo Kamunya. She's been opening the bowling since the first game. Dylan, we saw her bowling 4 overs on the trot. Shows how much trust the captain has on her. What does she have for us today? What do you think about the battle?
Yeah, and it's been well deserved for her, but this is going to be a very good contest. The inform Achini Pereira after yesterday's game. Let's see what the first delivery has to offer. And a just nice shape from Perisi there. This time starting off with an out swinger, but Achini Pereira up to the task. Nice confident stroke towards covers for for a dot ball to start off. But we'll have to see what this battle has to offer us. 125 is what is required for the Canadians, and no one better but Achini Pereira to open up the batting. Oh, punched hard but straight to the fielder once again. Tell me about this offside packed field, Azhar. Every day we've seen every game the Tanzanians keeping that offside pack. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fielders on the offside in a T20 power play. Tell me all about that.
This is definitely working as the bowlers are sticking to that off stump, outside off stump line, not giving anything free for the batters. Again outside the off stump, but pulled straight to short mid wicket.
We saw a similar shot yesterday by Achini. Her first boundary yesterday was that shorter delivery, but she found the gap. Today, didn't seem to find the gap so far. Straight to the fielder. Good start for Parisi, but I'm sure she'll be looking to try and get the ball much more fuller, use the swing early on. Short, pulled strongly. That's the pull shot I'm talking about. Achini has that pull shot with her. The backhand doing all the work there. Achini Pereira off the mark with the boundary. What a shot there. Azhar, take me through that shot.
Again, waited for it, pulled to perfection in the gap. To race to the boundary. It's a bit too short from Paris. As you mentioned, she'd be looking to use the swing. Unfortunately, too short. There's a change in the field. Long on goes back and fine leg comes in. We now have a deep third and a long on the boundary. Paris for her 5th ball of this over. Again, short and wide. Pulled for 1 run to long on.
Yeah, yesterday Achini having a very good knock, but the only way the Tanzanians could get out yesterday was a run out, a mix up that costed her wicket. So today they need to try and get her early, or else she's going to demolish them and damage this Tanzanian bowling lineup as she did yesterday. But as it comes to the strike, Rabjot Rajput, she's opened the batting out of 2 out of 3 occasions so far. Has Rabjot Rajput. Yesterday she looked in good before getting wicket before getting out, but we'll have to see what she has to offer. And she starts off by leaving a wide, confident leave there from Rabjot Rajput. She knows it's way too far for her. And tell me about this. We were talking about this in the break with the coach. He says her stance looks a bit like Laura Wilferman. How she bats, her technique. So we'd like to see what she has to offer. If she can put in a Laura performance.
And that's middle, straight to the packed offside field. No free runs there. As you were saying, Dylan, looks like a confident player. We saw a confident drive and a confident leave. However, Dylan, Achini hasn't got that opening pair as you would want. It's time for Rabjot Rajput today to stand by Achini Pereira to chase this score. 119 more to score for the Canadian team.
And Azar and all the fans watching, we see a change in the opening bowling for the Tanzanians as well. Following in the footsteps of the Canadians, bringing a spinner on straight away to open the bowling. Today, it's for the first time in the Tanzanian series so far, for the series for Tanzania so far, to bring a spinner to open the bowling. It's Shayla here from the golfing end to bowl the second over. She's been very consistent throughout this series. Let's see if she can pick up a few wickets early on today. Starts off with a short one outside off. Not a good start for her. Extra to begin. We saw how the Canadians earlier in the first innings were giving away runs by the misfields and a few drop catches. But Tanzanians wouldn't want to do the same, but through extras. It's going to cost them later on.
Cut away straight to the fielder. She knows Achini Pereira is good at the pull shot. Comes down, hits it straight back to the bowler. Slight fumble, but no run stolen there. As I was saying, it's two fielders deep on the leg side. There's a long one and a deep mid wicket. Know how strong Achini is on the leg side. Great shot, driven straight to the sweeper at long one. Easy single. On strike now, Rabjot Rajput. Yet to open her balance. Let's see what she has to offer today.
Yeah, we've seen throughout the series her technique has been incredible, but she always looks to find the gap, the fielder instead of the gap. There, she'll want to try and capitalize. Once again, a brilliant middle of the bat, but finds the fielder straight towards cover. Maybe she needs to start to be innovative, try and work around the crease, try and find the other gaps. Oh, hit straight. An effort from the bowler, try to get her hand to it, but not possible. Straight drive down. There's a bit of a miscommunication there. Achini was calling for a second, but Rabjot wasn't in the danger end, didn't want the strike.
Dylan, tell me about the difference between running between the wickets between the two teams.
Yeah, we saw the Tanzanians early on, Fatuma Kibasu and Som Mtea were up the mark with the running, stealing runs, running the doubles. We haven't seen that from the Canadians yet. They're sticking to soft ones. I think they need to put the pressure on the fielders, run the first one hard, and try and force a misfield to come back for a second. But a good end to Shayla's over. Only 3 runs coming off it. The Canadian women are at 9 for no loss after 2.
Back to continue her spell. Peris Sakayo Kamunya. Dylan, we've seen the past few games. She's bowled 4 overs on the trot. What do you think about this decision?
Yeah, well deserved from her. She's been consistent with her lengths and lines. Not picking up way too many wickets, but she has been at the top of her bowling. Once again, testing the inside edge of Rabjot Rajput. It's gonna run away to the fence, but I don't think the Tanzanians will be very disappointed with that because it is a good delivery as you see. Inside edge from Rabjot, just going across the line, not playing a very clinical shot, not a very confident stroke from her, but she will get 4 runs off the bat. At this stage of cricket, when you're chasing a score like this, runs are runs, and she will be happy with that when it comes off her bat as she moves to her first boundary of her innings. I think now she just needs to work that finding that middle of the bat. If she just manages to rotate the strike, give the inform Achini Pereira more of it. We've seen she's been hitting it much more cleaner today already. But a boundary to start off Parisi's second over. Left strongly by Rabjot Rajput.
We just saw a change in the field last over. Paris's last over where long on went back and fine leg came in. That's unlucky. That's good bowling, but that's unlucky from Paris. She'll be looking to keep the same line and length.
Oh, swing and a miss there. Rabjot just not moving her foot to it well enough. She swings at it hard but gets nothing on it. You never know. Maybe a slip in right now might be the right decision for the Tanzanians. You see how Rabjot isn't having some confident strokes at the moment. And Perisi is up on her mark. You just see the fans celebrating. Punched well, but straight to the fielder once again. As has been the story of the Canadians for a very long time in this series. Finding the fielder is what they've been doing. Finding with ease actually is what they've been doing.
Again, looks to play far from her body. Paris bowling good outswingers.
I think Parisi just throwing in the bait there, trying to get Rabjot Rajput to fish. Try and find that outside edge is what Parisi doing. I think that's smart bowling. They had 4 dots to the trot now after that first inside that boundary. Let's see how she can close off her over. Maybe a wicket. Maybe Rabjot could get some more confidence after this delivery. Let's see. Oh, driven through the gap. A misfield there a bit from Fatuma Kibasu. Allows Rabjot to scramble through for a single. It's good batting actually, a brilliant shot, which led to her first single of this over. It's the end of the third as our 14 for no loss. Also quite a brilliant start for the Canadians as both batters are in the same figures, 6 of 9 for both of them as Parisi ends her second over.
That would be a confidence boosting shot. However, there's an injury. I think Swaumu hurt her leg.
Yeah, and you wouldn't doubt that very much as she played an incredible knock today, batting through all the 20 overs. So cramps are likely to happen in this heat. So having the physios and the medical staff also bring an opportunity for the 2 batters out there, Achini Pereira and Rabjot Rajput, to get some water and rehydrate themselves. We know how hot it is here in Tanzania, Dar es Salaam, especially after all these rains. The humidity is insane. And so any chance of water is what is required. But Swaum still looks to be down at the moment. A very strong fielder for the Tanzanian side. It'll be a big loss if she has to walk out of the field. We know what she's capable in the field. That is the replay of how the over ended before a short injury break. So Om going down, trying to put her body on the line there.
We're back for the fourth over. Shayla, after giving away only 3 runs in her first over, she's back with a deep mid wicket and a long on against Rabjot. Again, driven straight to the fielder's hands. Rabjot finding it difficult to pierce the gap.
Oh, cuts hard, but once again, straight to the fielder. Then Nema Justin Pius, the captain of the Tanzanian side, at point. Rabjot Rajput, I feel kind of bad for her here. She's finding the middle 90% of the time. Straight to the fielder. Oh, that's much better, much better. Going across the line, but a smart way to go across the line. So the fielder down at the boundary. Easiest way for her to rotate the strike at the moment is to hit towards the boundary fielders and get Achini Pereira on strike, because there's not much pace on offer right now. As Shayla's spinner bowling in at the moment, so not much pace for Rabjot to use. So any sort of flight she gets is what she has to capitalize on. Short, cut hard by Achini, but straight to the field. A bit of a misfield. Allows them to run through for one. We saw a lot of misfield from the Canadians earlier. Tanzanians wouldn't want to replicate that. Learn from what the Canadians did.
That's better batting. Hitting her sweepers for easy singles. Chance of a double. Not taken. Much better from Rabjot Rajput. Can see Shaila. Comes down. Easy singles. Once again, that's tremendous batting.
Good fielding there. Four singles to end the over. Much better end to the over for the Canadians. Not dotting up after those first 2 ones. Canada also haven't lost a wicket in this first 4 overs. I think that's also a positive take for them. We do know they have their batters to come, such as the captain Amarpal Kaur and Vandana Mahajan, who we saw yesterday can hit a long ball. So if these 2 batters can take the game deep, maybe try and get to that 10-12 over mark before having a new batter to be in, and try and get their team to around a 50-60 run after 10 overs, I'm sure they'll be in for this contest.
We see Peri Zakaya Kamunya for her 3rd over. We've talked about it. She's been given 4 overs on the trot. Might see no change today. Facing against Achini Pereira, who's in. Again, hit straight to the fielder. Dylan, how important is this partnership? Seeing the skipper yet to come in, who's been averaging 60 in this tournament.
Yeah, we've seen the skipper. She's been the core of her team. She's been able to stay not out through 2 innings. and be able to rotate the strike. So if these two can just set up a foundation for her, that would be nice. And that is a way to do it. Well slashed away, but a good stop by Tanzanian skipper Nema Pius there at point cover region. Keeping it down to only a 1. That would have been a definite 2 to 4 runs there. But this partnership, as you asked me, is very, very crucial. I think they need to lay a solid foundation for the batters yet to come. Rabjot swinging at it but missing out. I think that was a ball to capitalize on. It was kind of full. I think Rabjot could have got something behind that. Maybe could have raced away to the fence if she got a middle on that because it was in her line. She swung hard as well. Unlucky there to miss out.
I think playing slightly away from her body. Better
hit-
shot.
Hit right back to the bowler. Full, straight, hit hard. Perisi Kamunya drops her. Tough chance. But this type of stage, this type of game, this type of competition we have on the line, this should be taken. Perisi puts down the first for the Tanzanians. That could have been it. Send back Rajput. But she's lucky to survive. We saw a slower ball this time. Just getting a bat to it. Down to long on. We saw earlier in the innings of the Tanzanians, Saum Tae was dropped early on and so was Fatuma Kibasu. But Saum capitalized on that, scoring an unbeaten 80 plus. Rajput needs to do the same. Take the opportunity she's got to try and take it over the line for her squad.
In the air. Falls slightly short of the short cover fielder. Chini Pereira looking desperate to find a boundary, having got only 2 runs of that over.
Yeah, Perisi is doing well there, tossing it up, giving some deception there, trying to search for a wicket is what you need to do in T20, and that's what she did. Almost had it there, but a good over for the Tanzanians. Only 2 coming off it. 20 for no loss after 5 for the Canadians. Even though there's no wicket, they're going below average at the moment. The economy slowly creeping up now to 7 every over is what the equation says for the Canadian women. They'll need to try and capitalize on this last over of the power play, Azar.
Yes, they've got the off spinner again, Shayla. Looks to hit it hard. To mid off. Run out chance. Great running. Great running there. Finally stealing singles. We've seen lack of this, Dylan.
Yeah, I'd say that's more of a risky run, but in moments of desperation, this is what happens. Rajput trying to get off the strike, and she does with a risky run, but she makes her ground. Outside off wide this time, called by the umpire. Debutant Athumani Siwa officiating his first international T20I.
Looks to go across the line, straight to the short mid-wicket fielder. Another dot for Chini Pereira.
Yeah, some would say that they're finding the gaps, but to be honest, I think it's a great field set by the Tanzanian side, led by head coach Imran Nakruddin. Once again, good stop there, good throw. Oh, direct hit would have been for all money, I think, there. She was close. That's good fielding there from the Tanzanians, backing up her fielder. Fatuma Kibasi putting in the dive to stop the definite 2. And a good another single stolen by the Canadians. I was saying how the captain has lined up this fielding set, working in their favor at the moment. Much better from Rajput, playing it across towards the leg side to the fielder down at the boundary. Easiest way we talk about the easiest way to get singles in the power play is to the boundary fielders. Exactly what she's done here, Azar.
Heating her sweepers.
Oh, pulled well by Achini, just sitting back on it this time. The fielder down there, the deep mid-wicket region, but set back well with Achini Pereira to register another single. Something I've seen this over. Not too many dots, only 1 dot so far of the first 5 deliveries. Much better for the Canadian if they want to end this power play on a high.
Last ball of the power play. Last ball of Shayla's third over. Full toss. Hit straight to the mid wicket for just a single. It's the end of the power play. 26 for no loss. This should be a good foundation for the skipper yet to come in. No wickets lost after 6 overs. Building a partnership, Achini Pereira and Rabjot Rajput will be looking to score big today. It's the main game. Last game, winner takes it all. Indirectly saying leave cricket.
We're seeing a change straight away after the power play. Perisi Kamunya off the attack. Not bowling her 4 in once today. But for the first time of this series, today Bora Kambi into the attack from the pavilion end. More pace for the Tanzanians. Let's see what she has to offer for her side. She runs in to Rabjot Rajput and starts off with an extra. It's always nervous and early when it's your first over. You're likely to start off with some butterflies in your stomach. There's Bora Kambi. I think she just needs some guidance from her skipper at the moment to try and work around it. The Tanzanians have had a decent power play start with the ball. Looking at how the situation is going, Canadians still need 7 runs every over if they want to see victory today.
Another wide there. Dylan, this match, the Canadians, they preferred more spin than pace. Tanzanians doing the opposite. What do you think? What would be more ideal?
Yeah, I think it's a kind of a good decision for the Tanzanians. Bring more pace. We saw them struggling a bit in the power play, just hitting it to the fielders at the moment. Maybe spin would have changed that. So I think it's a good option to maybe keep one end of pace from here, from the pavilion, and especially with a shorter boundary hitting towards the pavilion. But if it's going to be pace like this with too many extras, I don't think it's a good decision. Bora Kambi, 3 wides on the trot now. You can just see her skipper, Nema Justin Pius, coming up to have a talk with her. Exactly what I was talking about, the guidance she needs as a youngster, Bora Kambi needs from her captain. Maybe her first legal delivery will bring some confidence to her, Bora Kambi. But it's extras on offer for the Canadians, and they'll be taking that with 2 hands. Anything to up the tally for them. 96 required now off the next 14. Setting it up for a very, very big finish. Oh, well, much better there from Bora Kambi. Hitting her length, hitting that 6-7 meter mark. Getting some shape on it a bit as well, you could see. But it's been the story. Rajput middling it to the fielder. Short, pulled away.
My goal away.
Rabjot Rajput registers her first 6 of the tournament. She manages to read the length there. Short of the length, Bora Kambi missing it. And Rajput capitalizing, pounding on it, pulling it. And it goes the distance. The first 6, as you see, all the way over the mid-wicket fielder. She saw the fielder there, but she was happy to take the risk because she knew she could clear the boundary with all her muscle. Shuffling in does Rabjot Rajput and finds the 6-incher, the middle of the bat. The fielder could just see it sail overhead as Canada dugout are happy with that. Rajput swiftly moving on. She's finding a groove now, Azhar, if I could say. It's 9 runs already of the first delivery. Of the second delivery, sorry, of Bora Kambi's over. Some confidence for Rajput. Oh,
Looks to pull one again. Top edge, but lands in the gap. There couldn't have been a better confidence booster than that, right, Dylan?
yeah, we were talking about this earlier. She was dropped early and she's capitalizing on her chance like Saum Tea did. I think now she just needs to look to rotate the strike. It's already been a big over of 10 already. Don't force any big shots anymore now. Shoot Achini as well. Achini has been looked in some good touch yesterday. If she can just continue to rotate strike. Short again, cut hard through the gap. With the fielder down at third man. 2 is the call, but they don't go back for it. No risky running there from the Canadians. Achini sends Rajput back. A good stop down there at third man. But Bora Kambi, I think she's bowling it a bit too short at the moment. I think she just needs to look to find it more fuller in the length. Try and make them play in the V. As we see the field set up. Tanzania is not taking any risk, putting down all fielders at the boundary. All 4 of them.
She's yet to get her rhythm there. Finally, a fuller ball. Hit to third man, looking for 2. Will get there easily.
Thrown to the bowler's end.
It's a
And
slightly
Achini.
better ball.
It's a big over for the Canadians here. 13 already coming off it. How do they see it off? I think Rajput shouldn't force for a risky shot here. A single towards the leg side might be a smarter option as they move the leg side 30-yard fielder towards that gully region where the ball has gone for the last three deliveries. So another fielder added to the Tanzanian offside, packing it, leaving the leg side open for Rajput to play at.
That's a better ball. Bowling to her field. Back to offside field. Only 3 fielders on the leg side, all on the boundary. Could have been an easy single, but well bowled. Better end to the over. Bora Kambi finishes her first. Dylan, we have talked about spin bowling being the main weapon for the Tanzanians. Will we see that being introduced right now?
Shayla back into the attack to bowl her 4th. And it's well deserved for her. She's been up on her mark so far. Not leaking too many runs as Sheila. Jersey number 36. Maybe she can end her spell with a wicket. Only 13 coming off her first 3. But it's that tight field that is supporting the Tanzanians at the moment. The offside pack. And Sheila, the experience that she has, is managing to bowl in those areas that only make them play to that offside field. Once again, but this time, Achini smartly shimming down the track, using her feet, making use of the wicket to easily guide it down to the fielder down at long of Azar. We talk about this a lot. Batsman innovation, batsmen adapting to the wicket, adapting to the bowler, using their feet a lot, and Achini Pereira has been on top of that throughout the series. Rajput swinging at it.
Another chance, but put down by the bowler. Tough one. Great effort. But Rabjot Rajput gets lucky for the second time. Dylan, is it her day today?
Yeah, it is a much harder opportunity for Sheila this time, but Rajput survives another. Needs to take advantage and capitalize on this. Once again, but this time, Sheila Kizito grabs it with 2 hands. An opportunity doesn't come twice, says Sheila, for her. And she has taken it. Azar, I think you just gave in the commentator's curse there. With Rabjot Rajput playing across the line when the ball is outside the off and getting nothing on it. Sheila taking a brilliant catch down to her left-hand side this time. She dropped the first one, but she's saying if it comes again, I am going to take it. As you see, Sheila getting a wicket in her 4th over. That's why the captain trusted her to bowl herself out. Bowl Sheila out. And Rabjot Rajput takes a long walk to the dugout. But let us not forget who has walked in. The lady in form. 2 not-out innings for her. Amarpal Kaur, the skipper of the Canadian woman, and everything is on her shoulders today to fight for her country, to try and bring it over our line, take that cup back to Canada. Today is everything to play for. Like we said, Nida Textiles Cup 2025, the last and final game of the series. It's tied at 1-1 right now. And if anyone has anything to say about it, it's the skipper of the Canadian side, Amarpal Kaur, who said at the toss that she is hungry to take this game for her side and take the cup back home. She's been given a good foundation today by Rabjot. But shimmying down on the first delivery, confident shimmy down. You wouldn't see this much often from a batter in their first delivery just after a wicket, but a confident shimmy down by Amarpal Kaur. We've seen that throughout the game, using the wicket well, using her feet, waiting on the back foot this time and guiding it through towards that sweeper. Smart batting from Amarpal Kaur. That's something I've liked about her this whole series. She doesn't look to waste too much time. She looks to rotate it as soon as possible. She looks to get off the mark. It's 41 for 1 after 8.
That's the intent I talk about, looking to score off every single ball. A wicket just fell and she comes in on the first ball down the wicket looking to hit her sweepers already. That's some great batting. And she's got the best of partners, Achini Pereira. We saw how explosive she was in the last game. Back on strike, the skipper, Amarpal Kaur. Skipper against skipper, Nema Justin. Into the attack, taking matters into her own hands. Dylan, what do you think about this decision from the skipper herself?
Yeah, we spoke about this. Both skippers hungry to try and get this cup home for their side. And so she brings herself onto the attack. We saw her with her bowling yesterday. The first game, she didn't bowl at all. But yesterday, she bowled in both set of games. Did the captain, Nema Justin Pius. But something I see a bit interesting here. The keeper standing up ahead for her. Amarpal Kaur limiting that feet movement of hers, limiting her to stay in her crease, causing her to play shots like that, which is actually good batting from Amarpal. Holding, waiting for it and playing it in the gap, Azhar.
The keeper being up will force Nema to bowl stump to stump line. Not to do anything extra. But that's a great decision by the keeper. Knows Amarpal likes to use her feet well, restricting her.
Full flicked away well onto the pads by Achini Pereira. I think she has every shot in the textbook right now as Achini. She's looking well, even though she's not striking over 100 at the moment, but she is playing some decent shots here to get off the strike. Let's give it back to her skipper Amarpal Kaur, who's been the standout batter for her team in this series so far. Oh, pulled strongly by Amarpal Kaur, and it makes its way to the fence for her first boundary. 2 singles and a boundary. A brilliant start to the over. At the moment, the batting captain of the Canadian side getting the most, as you see, rocking back, pulling it to the gap. The fielder had fine leg and deep mid wicket, but she beats it. She finds a good dive in there, actually, down at the boundary, but wasn't enough as it made its way to Sheila Kizito down at the ropes there. Amarpal Kaur not wasting any time, getting her first boundary. I think she's a very smart and intelligent batter, especially because she just looks to rotate next ball, but she finds the gap nicely once again, and they're going to scramble back for a second. That is amazing batting from the skipper Amarpal Kaur. I think if there's anyone who's going to be able to bring this over the line for the Canadians, it's going to be her, Amarpal Kaur and Achini Pereira. Let's not forget how she has been and the shot selection that she has. But no dots so far. Azhar, this over is what I'd like to say. Oh, bit of an off cutter there. Slow one from Nema Pius this time, but Amarpal Kaur not respecting it at all. Given the width, she slapped at it. The sweeper.
This is some class batting, Dylan. Single of every ball of this over. One bad ball, put away. Dylan, you yourself as a batsman, what do you think of this batting?
No, I think they're absolutely brilliant. Not holding on too many dots. And just looking to rotate, strike every ball except from the last one. It's good fielding there as 50 is brought up for the Canadian, and it comes in a quick 9 overs this time. 50 for 1 after 9. Yeah, you were asking me, Azar. I think it's always smart that when you get a boundary in an over to capitalize on it, not let it go to waste, and that's exactly what the Canadians did. Getting 9 off that last over. 9 runs of the 9th over, we could say. And Amarpal Kaur also moves to 9. I think 9 has been a lucky number for the Canadians at the moment. Still, though, the Canadians need over 6.5 runs every over if they want to see the cup in their hand at the end of this game. But if anyone has anything to say about it, is the new bowler, Sophia, coming in from the golfing end. More off spin into the attack. Amarpal Kaur. Can't gets that
Wide.
outside edge.
Run out chance. There you. Oh no. She's gone.
The big wicket. Amarpal Kaur. I didn't see her getting out any other way today, but it's a run out that has been the story of this women's series this season, this year, 2025. A wait call by the rightfully non-striker Achini Pereira, but Amarpal Kaur just desperate to get off strike, and the first run out of the Canadian innings, a big wicket as Amarpal Kaur, the captain, takes the long walk back to the dugout. Might be our last time seeing her in Tanzania to play on these wickets. But she takes the walk back as that's the end of her series and her campaign. But it brings to the crease the dangerous Vandana Mahajan. We saw her quick 22, 23 runs yesterday, her quick cameo. But today it won't be about cameos, Azar. Today it will be about her batting deep, taking it long. As that wicket allows a short strategic timeout for the Canadians to regroup and the Tanzanians to plan forward for them to get the Canada team maybe out before 20th over. Tanzanians hydrating at the moment. It's very hot out there.
Can see Coach Imran guiding his team. They must come out on top after this wicket. The main wicket. Main players gone. Canadian coach guiding the Canadian batters. Must continue to build on this partnership. We can see what the wicket brings. Cheers from the fans, the Tanzanian fans. Looking so happy with the wicket of the skipper Amarpal Kaur. And with that, we have a change in the comms box. We have Drumit Mehta. Welcome back, Drumit. How do you see the game?
Thanks, Azar. Tanzania still having the upper hand, but Canada fighting back. This wicket of Amarpal Kaur has set them back quite a bit because she has been the rock, the consistent player that everyone else bats around. today, Achini Pereira will have to be that if Canada stand any chance to win. As we see on screen, the Tanzanian supporters in full flow. They're drumming. They've got the maracas out. It's a good vibe here at the Dar es Salaam Gymkhana ground. More and more spectators filling up the stadium here at Dar es Salaam Gymkhana. It's turning out to be quite an event. This final game of the Nida Textiles Cup, the series decider. Who's gonna win this? Keep tuning in to find out.
The end of the much needed break for the Tanzanians, for the umpires, and for the Canadian batters. They'll be looking back much stronger after the break. We have with us Sophia to continue her over.
Yes, that run out also taken by the injured warrior, Hudam Risho. She got low. Gave a good throw to a keeper, Shufa Hamza, who did the rest. And Amarpal Kaur now ruining why she thought of taking that single back in the stand. Hamza, of course, back donning the gloves after she was given a rest the last two games with Saum Deo, the substitute fielder right now, taking deputy charges.
Hitting it again to the same fielder. The third man region. Don't forget there was a run out there, just one ball back.
Yes. With that run out brought Vandana Mahajan, the electric batter who lit up the Dar es Salaam Gymkhana yesterday with a brilliant 22 runs, which included a 6 straight down the ground near the comms box. Canada will be hoping she has more of where that came from today.
Great intent there from Vandana. Looking to get a single off a first ball and looking to smash the next one. Chini back on strike. Hits it straight in the deep. Looking for two.
Another mix up.
We'll get there this time. 2 runs added to the tally.
Yes, good running in the end there. Maybe if the throw was at the keeper's end, might have been a different story. But these two batters get back safely, and Achini is still on strike.
The Canadian batters now looking to play everything on the leg side, seeing the packed offside field. But no says the short mid-wicket fielder. Again, in the gap. But only 1 run. Too long on. It's better batting. Getting those easy singles.
Yeah, and with that brings the end of the over. At the halfway mark, Canada women 54 for the loss of 2 wickets. Azhar, the Canada women batters have done well. Not letting the run rate get above 7 runs and over ever since the power play has ended. Achini, a vital part of that. And if they want to win, they'll be hoping she can do similar efforts to what she did yesterday, scoring 39 runs before she was run out.
Yes, for sure. But now it's time to build the partnership with Vandana. We know how well both of these batters have been throughout this tournament. so explosive of Vandana yesterday. Hoping she can replicate today.
As Neema Justin, the Tanzanian skipper, comes back into the attack. Holds it straight, full, and driven along the ground for a single. Azar, we see Achini. She's very strong when there's anything pitched short. But when it's a bit fuller, her scoring zone is slightly limited. So I think the Tanzanian skipper will be looking to bowl as full as possible to her.
Yes, for sure. And she has protection on the leg side, having a deep mid wicket, long on, square leg, and a deep extra cover. Cut away. Straight to third man. Chance for an out. Reaches safely. As you say, Drumit is pretty strong on the pull shot. But there's a deep mid wicket and a short mid wicket. Hoping to get a catch there.
Yeah, the Tanzanian skipper now cannot afford to give any width. She has everyone on the offside. Up. The deep square, deep mid wicket, and long on. Any width. And it's surely going to be a boundary. She does exactly the opposite. So wide outside the off stump. Not sure if that's where she was intending to bowl. Because any bat on that would have been 4 runs.
Inside edge. There's
The
no
mo-
one at fine leg. We'll be looking for the third run. Sorry, second run. Gets there easily. 2 runs added to the tally. That's unfortunate for Neema. Great bowling, by the way.
Yeah, Azhar, there was much better bowling. That's where she has to bowl on the stumps. And unfortunately for her, got the inside half of the bat and missed the stumps as well as the keeper. This camper threw for 2 runs, but Neema won't be too disappointed with that. As this next ball is bowled full and driven down the ground to long on for another single.
Seen Neema, pretty expensive. 15 runs in her 10 bowls. We'll be looking to come back stronger with 2 dot balls and a wicket if possible. Given lots of width, wide given by the umpire.
Tanzanian bowlers not too consistent with their lines, bowling one on the stumps and one outside off.
Drumi, tell me about the field setting. There's only 3 fielders outside the 25-yard circle.
Yeah, I think it's a very encouraging field for me personally. For the Tanzanians, it shows that the new batter is in and you'll have to work for your runs. We're not going to give you any extras. So that's brilliant and proactive thinking by the Tanzanian captain. But her bowling has to match this field. She cannot afford to give anything that the the Canadian batters can score off easily.
Comes down. Hits it in the gap for 1 run. The offside. Quite risky from Vandana, but great use of her feet. End of the 11th over. It's 62 for 2. Drumit, the required rate is 7 now. 63 needed from 9 overs. Achini Pereira and Vandana Mahajan to build a partnership. Who do you think is on top here, Drumit?
Tell you what, Azhar, we have a cracker on our hands. I think the game is fairly balanced at the moment, with Canada trying to stitch together a partnership with Achini Pereira and Vandana Mahajan. Both batters who are very destructive at the crease if given time. So Tanzania will need to look for a wicket unless they don't want this trophy.
Sophia is back for her to continue her spell. Swept away. 2 deep square leg. Quite risky. That was outside the off stump. Works though. 1 run.
Yeah, we've seen over the last few days the big strength of Vandana's batting, just sweeping the ball, and that's why the Tanzanian field is set accordingly with a deep square leg for Sophia. Fielded well by Saumtai, the star of the show in the first innings, scoring an unbeaten 82 runs off 69 balls. Zara, what did you make of that innings?
Comes down. Hits it straight to long on. One there. To answer your question, Drumit, she played exceptionally well, although she was dropped early on. She was given a second chance and did take that with both hands. Stayed not out throughout. Looking to sweep again. Misses out this time. She ran very well throughout. That's what pushed her score to 82, the highest score of this Nida Textiles Bilateral Cup. Might be the difference between the two teams. Let's wait and watch.
Definitely, that was a match-defining knock, and Canada women will be hoping to get one more of the same from either Achini or Vandana. Vandana once again goes to that sweep shot. I don't mind the option, but it's not connecting, and maybe she'll have to look for another option.
Better
she does.
shot. Slide misfield by Nema into the gap, and it's 4 runs. Drumit, as you said. Sophia is consistently bowling outside the off stump. She found a better option. Slashes it between point and third man. 4 runs. Great shot. Best way to end the over for the Canadians.
We see there again, slashed powerfully in the gap, and it races away to the boundary. That's exactly how Canada wanted to end the over. Signal 4 by the umpire, Azmani Siwa. Change in the bowling. For the first time today, we'll see Jennifer Gabriel, under 19 national captain. She had a good outing yesterday in the first game, taking 3 wickets. And today as well, she had a valuable 5 runs of 2 balls. Once again, Tanzania keep on going with the spinner from one end and the pacer from the other.
On her pads. Glanced away. Will it reach the boundary? No. But we'll get 2 runs for that. Slightly sloppy bowling. First ball on her legs. Goes with the shot. Gets 2 runs. Drumit, we saw Jennifer was brought on early on yesterday in the second game. Slight change today. What do you think about this?
I think it's a good decision, Azhar, because when she opened the bowling, she looked slightly uncomfortable, bowling a few wides here and there. But now with the older ball, she'll be having a bit more control on it. And as we see in the second ball, he's bowling on the stumps. She's got a good length and might make it difficult for the Canadian batters to score off. Achini looks like she loves this pace. She's looking at the vacant leg side for scoring areas. That's where she hits it.
Flicked into the gap. Looks for 2. Running. That's great running.
Yes,
Ball too early. Gets there comfortably.
Yes, Achini very quick on the field and between the wickets, as we saw. She got through easily, but a partner at the other end is panting. But she also makes it safely, and 2 runs have been completed for the second time this over.
In the air, but into the gap. Drumit, the Canadian batters look much more comfortable against the pacers compared to the spinners. They were struggling to score against the spinners. What do you think is going through Nema's mind? Bringing on the pace bowling.
Driven powerfully through the covers. But a good stop. Restricts it to only 1 run. One ball to go of this over. Achini will look to make the most of it. As it's pulled straight down the ground. End of the over. Canada women need exactly 50 runs in the last 7 overs.
It's great batting from the Canadian batters, not letting the required run rate go way too high. Still in control, only 7 runs per over required. Spin is back. In the form of Sophia.
SSR, coming back to your question. There's only 2 spin bowlers in the Tanzanian lineup. Both have been used. The others are part-timers in the form of Fatumaki Basu and Nasramza. So they don't really have much of an option and they have to go with this strategy. See once again, Achini driven powerfully to the mid-off region, gets a single. Another
Great.
sweep shot. That's a chance and taken. Brilliant catch by the experienced Fatumaki Basu. Azari once again. It's that sweep shot that does the undoing for Vandana Mahajan.
That's the replay there. A ball outside the off stump, looking to sweep. Great connection, unfortunately straight to the field, and that's a great catch by Fatuma Kibasu. Safe hands.
Yeah, we saw in the previous over against Sophia as well. She was trying to force that sweep shot when it wasn't there. Once again, she does that. Got a decent connection, but straight into the hands of the fielder. Just couldn't find the gap. Couldn't time that sweep shot today. And it is the cause of her undoing. As we see the new batter walk out, Terisha Lavia. She had a bit of a niggle yesterday, but she's back stronger than ever, bowling 4 overs, conceding only 17 runs, taking 1 wicket. And now she'll be hoping to make more of an impact for her team with the bat.
Teresha has to be the one who will stand by Achini Pereira to finish his total. Short, hit straight to the short cover fielder. Dot to start with.
As we've not seen much of her with the bat this series. But I'll tell you, she's no slouch. In Canada, she had a decent outing, hitting the sole 6 for her team, which has been changed in this series with Vandana and today Rabjot hitting their 6s for the team. As you see, short of a length, pulled away to the mid-wicket region for 1 run.
That's a great arm. Straight into the bowler's hands. Warning. The Canadian batter, you run for 2, I'll get you out. Again, slightly short. Pulled to deep square leg. Ending the over with a single. End of the 14th over. It's 78 for 3. Still require 47 from 6 overs. The required run rate approaching 8 runs per over.
There's a change, but not in the bowling lineup, but in the comms box here. Welcoming back the opening batter of the Tanzanian under 19 national team, which has qualified for the World Cup, Dylan Takrar. Dylan, welcome back.
Thank you, Drumid. We're set up for a big finish here. 47 required of 6. At the moment, it's looking very much in Tanzania's favor. But a game of cricket, you never know. A few boundaries, a few big overs here and there. As Jennifer comes back into the attack, we saw her with the ball yesterday. She had a quite good outing, a decent first few spells yesterday in the first game as well. Did Jennifer? But if Tarisha Lavia can get a few more off the middle of her bat and Achini Pereira continue just to rotate the strike and find that bad loose ball to put away to the fence, Canada could be in for this big finish. And this will just continue to help them, the extras. Jennifer Kimaro.
Definitely, Dylan. Looking at Tarisha, I think she looks very strong on the leg side. Sorry, with the way her stance and her back lift is. So maybe the Tanzanians will want to bowl a bit wider to restrict her scoring zones.
Yeah, and slower like that. Jennifer not giving too much pace on the ball there, not too much pace on delivery for Tarisha to use to go up and over the infield. Having to use her own muscle there with a slower delivery. I think ones aren't as costly at the moment for the Tanzanians. If they could keep the boundaries at a limit at the moment, I'm sure that they will be more than likely to win this game and get that Nida Textiles Cup 2025. But Achini Pereira, another good day for her out here. Oh, well worked around the pads. That's finding the gap. It's going to run away. Perisi comes out to cover it and does well on the ropes to save a certain boundary. 2 runs. That is a good throw as well to the stumps and a good effort by Jennifer to try and get a run out. You see how much this tournament means, this game means for the Tanzanians and the Canadians, but we see how much it means for them, putting everything at it, trying to get every wicket possible. Jennifer Kimara doing well to clear up at the end of it there to try and get a run out. But Tarisha Lavia just grounding herself in an early. But we're talking about Chini Pereira. She had a brilliant outing yesterday. Managed to lose her wicket through a run out. But I don't see her getting out any other way today. She looked in some good touch, some sublime form. Especially after the confidence yesterday she received. And she's going to be the key to this next 5 overs for the Canadians. Because the run rate is slowly creeping up to the 8 mark.
Definitely, Dylan. We saw yesterday why the selectors and the coach have trusted Achini for the whole Uganda tour and a few games here in Tanzania as well. She's shown her class and she'll be the key if Canada want to win this game. Oh, dropped. And a run out chance as well. Missed 2 chances in one delivery. You don't see that too often.
Yeah, we almost had a bit of a commentator's curse there. We just see hitting it straight to the fielder that showed cover. So, Saum, drop catch, and then a fumble to miss the run out as well. Achini Pereira survives this one. Drumid, will it be a turn of tail, a turn of events with that drop catch? Might she be the hero for the Canadians? No ball signal there. Another extra added for Jennifer Kimaro's spell. A free hit is what Tarisha Lavia will be looking for to get herself going as well.
Yeah, Dylan, this has just been a series of unfortunate events for the Tanzanian team. The last 2 balls. Tarisha with the free hit. Hits it over the top. Taken brilliantly. But it's a no ball. A lot of cheers in the crowd. But it was a no ball. You don't get out on a no ball. That's good. But that was a good swing, good intent. Taken brilliantly by Sophia.
'86 now. The Canadians move on to it. They require 39 runs now in the next 5 overs. If you think about it, it's not far from a runner ball. But with the way the Tanzanians have been bowling today, the deliveries they've been putting, and the fielding they've been having, I think it's a difficult equation for the Canadians. But you never know. With Terisha Lavia and the in-touch Achini Pereira out in the middle since the first delivery, Achini is playing a Swamtea role here at the moment.
Yeah, the only difference was in the strike rates. Saum was striking confidently at 110 plus. And Achini will look to get that strike rate up in these last 5 overs. As Neema comes back for a third over. Another wide ball. And Achini steals a single there. Amazing running. She wants the strike. She wants to make an impact.
Two free runs there for the Canadians. Accepted with both hands. Nema Pius, the captain, taking responsibility onto her own hands. Maybe try and close it out as soon as possible. Struck well and a good diving effort there from Nasra Hamza. A good stop. Putting her body on the line for the country. She wasn't too much there with the bat today, was Nasra Hamza. But she's making her presence be felt in the field.
Definitely did, and we've seen a couple of diving efforts from her and a lot of the Tanzanian fielders. Udam Risho as well. She's slightly injured. They're putting their all. As we see once again, another chance. Taken brilliantly. Sheila Shamte. The second catch we've seen from her today. One was off her own bowling. And this one, a brilliant effort as we see here.
Yeah, that is brilliant. Outside off, Tarisha looking to go over the top, swinging at it. But covering ground was Sheila Shamte. And putting in that late dive to grab it with both hands. Nema Pius gets her first wicket of the day. Bit of an off-cutter there. And Sheila throwing at it. Celebrations out everywhere in Tanzania at the moment as they get the big wicket of Tarisha Lavia. Looked like an off-cutter there, rolling her arms. Rolling her fingers was Nema Pius. Her slow delivery looked to have worked the trick there.
Definitely, Dylan. She has a very deceptive slow ball. She bowls it at the same arm speed. Reminds me a lot of our own Tanzanian senior men's player Ali Kimote. It's a very deceptive back of the hand. The only difference is Neymar's is an off cutter. But it's effective nonetheless. As we see, number 21 for the Canadian side, Habiba Badr, their wicketkeeper batter, coming in. This will be a lefty-righty combination. She'll be looking to make an impact. Has not done so far. Has not done so far in this series. But she has one more chance to prove herself.
The one chance and the biggest chance on this stage at the moment to win the Nida Textiles Bilateral Women's T20I Cup of 2025, hosted in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, in the heart of the city at the Dar es Salaam Gincana Cricket Club. Nema Pius registers her first wicket. And Habiba Badr just starting in with a block back to the bowler. That's good bowling from Nema. Keeping the pressure on after the wicket. Not giving her any room to get the strike to Achini Pereira.
Loud appeal. There's a lot of bat on that. Tanzanians hopeful for another wicket. And that brings the second dot ball from Habiba Badr's bat. The Canadians cannot afford this as The run rate rises to 8.3. Habiba does not have much time to settle in. He needs to keep rotating the strike, keep the scoreboard ticking. That's exactly what she does. Good feeling at the boundary. Sticks out to only a single.
Batting with a floppy hat, she is Habiba Bader. Reminds me of Shreyas Iyer. He loves to bat with his floppy hat. He does score runs with that. So if Habiba Bader can bring in that bit of mentality like Shreyas Iyer does, confident batting and positive strokes, will be helpful for this Canadian side. Chini Pereira being the lone soldier at the moment, batting throughout this first 15.5 overs. She'll want to try and stay there till the end to give her team any fighting hope, chance. Looked like another off-cutter there, but pulled away well. Set back did Chini Pereira. The long-on fielder comes in to cover it and keeps it down to a single. So it's actually a very tidy over after the start with the two wides from Nema Pius, but a very tidy over to end it. Only 3 singles after that and a wicket. Drumit, the equation now needs 34 in 4 overs at 8.5. The run rate just creeping every single delivery up and up.
Yeah, they're getting harder and harder for the Canadians. Trying to dig themselves into a hole, but it's still possible. The wicket has shown signs of runs. As we saw yesterday as well, the Canadians finished off with a flurry of boundaries. And with Achini Pereira still at the crease, they are not losing hope.
Yeah, we're yet to see Tiffany Thorpe. We know she can hit the ball a mile as well, Tiffany Thorpe. So I think Achini just needs to be the one to control it right now. And Habiba Bader, run out opportunity, but good running. Habiba Bader just needs to take it on right now. She doesn't have too much time to settle. She does have Tiffany still in the dugout. So one end has to go at it. They can't be rotating singles only right now. One of them has to go and try and look for the boundary at least once and over if they want to get to that 8.5 every over mark.
Definitely, Dylan. Habiba now looking to make that impact in this final game. Once again, the offside is packed, but there's no one on the boundary. So if you just get it over the infield, there's 4 runs on offer. Just as I say that, mid-off now goes back to long off. Tanzania not taking any chances. Loud appeal. Not given by the umpire. But once again, another dot ball by Habiba. Pressure slowly building. The run rate now at 9 runs and over.
Yeah, desperate times call for desperate measures. Habiba there needs to be the one to take it on. But she's not looking very good out there. She's kind of struggling there. Is Habiba Bader. Achina Pereira having seen 44 deliveries already since the start of the innings. Maybe she might be the one who has to try and look for the boundary much more often now. Because Habiba Bader is just dotting up at the moment, Drumit.
Yeah, definitely. And she needs to be communicating with a partner. As we see, a good swing from Habiba. Does not get the connection she was looking for. That's only 1 run. But that single brings Achini back on strike. Yunus is now up to her to get that much needed boundary. At this point, Dylan, they need at least 1 boundary, if not 2. If they stand any chance at winning this game. And Achini much more than capable. He reminds me of Amanjot Kaur from the Indian team. He looks very small, but she packs a huge punch. You see, he comes down the track through the onside. 1 bounce and straight to the fielder for only 1 run.
Yeah, she might have heard us there. Trying to take the charge. She shimmies down. Gets the middle, but the field set is ready for that. A good shot. Counts for only 1 run. Achini yet to play a dot this over. Every time she gets the strike, she rotates it. But I believe this is a free swing for Habiba Badir. She needs to swing at it. It's a free shot for her here. But she dots up again. Well bowled by Jennifer Kimaro to get a third dot of her over. Marks the end of the 17th as we approach the last 3 overs of this Nida Textiles Cup 2025. Everything is to play for.
Canadian dugout now on their feet, sending messages to their batters, saying we need more than 10 and over now. Keep trying to find the runs. Let's not have any dot balls, please. As Sophia Jerome is back into the attack for a last over. She'll bowl the 18th. Dylan, I think this is going to be the turning point of the match. We either see some boundaries or some wickets.
Yeah, this decides it all. Shimming down. But Ashini unhappy with herself, not managing to find the fence. Just 1 run again. The Tanzanians will be more than delighted with that. To see her off the strike but they're back on.
Habiba Badr now on strike. She's scored only 2 runs off 7 deliveries. She goes for the sweep shot. Loud appeal. Not given by the umpire Atmani Siwa. But that's another dot ball. The dugout trying to encourage her. Saying, come on, Habiba. Get us through the line. She goes in the air. Catch not taken. Run out chance not taken as well. Once again.
Yeah,
2 chances. 1 delivery, Dylan.
it's all happening. It's all happening again, once again, in Dar es Salaam Gymkhana cricket grounds. But the good news for the Canadian side is that Achini Pereira, the opening top order batsman, back at strike at 39 again. Yesterday she was here but suffered an unlucky run out. She'll also be wanting to get to that milestone of hers. As she shimmies down the track, hits it straight, but straight to the fielder at mid-off for another single. I think her arms are now fatigued. It's tiring out. It's tiring out there batting from the start till now for another day, for a 3rd day in a row. So Chini Pereira unable to capitalize so far this over. Habiba Badir also in the same. Once again, going to play on the back foot, but you just see Habiba Badir desperate to play more on the leg side. She's not being able to read the turn. An off spinner turning the ball away from her. She's playing across the line. Is Habiba Badir not looking to try and slash it towards maybe the cover region? Is Habiba Badir Drumid? What should she be doing better at this moment?
I think Dylan, the intent needs to be it better. Just like Achini, we can see she's trying to get the gaps. She's trying to hit hard to the sweepers. There's a lot of chaos. A run out chance. Another run out chance. It's all happening here, Dylan. Talk me through that ball.
Yeah, 2 run-out chances there missed by the Tanzanian woman. A bit of a misunderstanding from the 2 batters, Habiba Badir and Achini Pereira. But if I was Achini, I would have just settled for the single there to keep strike for the next over. As we go down to the next 2. As the 100 actually comes up for the Canadians for the 2nd time in this series. Is it 100 too late though? Achini Pereira requires 25 runs for her team to go over the line. These 2 overs. But who else but the experienced top order bowler for this Tanzanian pace attack? Peris Kamunya. Back from the end, she preferred today the pavilion end to bowl to Habiba Badir. I think 3 or 4 runs this over is what Perdesti will be looking for. But anything over 10 might see Canada a chance in that last over, Drumit.
Definitely, Dylan. And the message from the dugout is clear. We can see Vandana Mahajan shouting from just outside the ropes. We need 25 runs in 2 overs. Let's be on the button. As Habiba finds the gap somehow and keeps Sachini on strike. Dylan, it's interesting. Perry's bowling the 19th over. We've seen Jasprit Bumrah do that a lot of times for the Mumbai Indians. They say the 20th over is the most important, but the 19th is just as important. And over the times, in the IPL especially, captains are now letting their best bowlers bowl the 19th over.
19 decides it all. 19 is a very crucial over. Captain Neema Justin Pius trusting her favorite Paris Camunya. Oh, hit straight, hit well by Achini Pereira just over the field at mid-off. They're gonna scramble back for a double here. That's much better for Machini. I just don't think she got all of it there. Sliced her bat open a bit and only managed to get 2. I think Parisi also taking the pace off the delivery, not giving her too much to work with at the moment. And the tired, fatigued arms of Achini Pereira aren't able to send it all the way to the rope. So good result for both of them, sorry.
Achini looking for that boundary. She swings again through the onside. She'll only get 1 run though, and that's good news for Tanzania. As that brings Habiba Badr back on strike, who has struggled so far in this innings, scoring 4 runs off 11 balls. Dylan, with Perry bowling the 19th over, captain will be thinking, who should I bring on for the 20th? She still has 1 over left herself, and so does the young Jennifer Gabriel. Who do you think is going to bowl that last over?
Yeah, it might have to be the captain herself to close it out for her side, to try and win it for her side as well. It's always good when the captain takes responsibility and takes lead from the front. Badr swings and swings hard at the field out there. And it's taken by the captain, Neema Justin Pius. The one delivery that Badr gets onto the middle of the bat and she swung at it. Finds the fielder, Neema Justin Pius. As you see,
in the replay, a slog sweep from Habiba. And Neema covers a lot of ground to get that catch. She's doing everything in the field. See once again, Habiba covering all her stumps, swinging for all her might. But these square boundaries are pretty long. Couldn't clear them. And this brings Tiffany Thorpe into bat with her side requiring 21 runs of just 8 balls. It's a tough ask.
celebrations have already begun from the Tanzanian fans at the moment. That wicket brings a lot of happiness to them as you see them with their drums and all the young fans out there watching on this Tanzanian women national side. That is all to play for at the moment. We see the shining armor in gold. The trophies is what is to be played for. The Tanzanian woman edging closer to having that in their hand at the moment. But if anyone has anything to say about it, it's Thorpe, who's in the 19th over. Swings that hit hard. Why wasn't she here earlier? Just sticks in the wicket into the ground. But they get back for 2. But that's a big positive booming stroke from Thorpe. If anything, she should have been in earlier, Drummond, don't you think so?
100% Dylan. Canada coach might be thinking about why Tiffany Thorpe was brought on so late. Maybe Habiba has shown some promise. Tiffany Thorpe there, not able to connect. It's only a single. Yeah, Dylan, maybe it just wasn't Habiba's day.
Yeah, it might be like that, but it might have been a costly, not a good day for Habiba. As it ends the very important 19th over. Only a wicket being the only dot, but only 7 runs coming off it. As Canada need 18 valuable runs in this last over for them to see that trophy in their hands. But Rumit, throughout this whole series, no team, no batter has managed to get over 15 runs in a single over. So 18 is gonna be a big ask for the Canadians. But Tiffany Thorpe, if anybody, is her and Achini who are able to clear the fence. Achini at 45, I would like to see her get her milestone as well. But you asked me who's gonna bowl the last over. It's not the captain. It is the young under 19 skipper in Jennifer Kimaro to seal the deal for the Tanzanians. Can she defend 18 to bring it over the line? It's all out here to play for. And starts off with a wide, 2 wides. Actually, Jennifer Kimaro, we've seen too many extras from her today, and she starts off once again. It's the nerves at the moment. 16 now required Drumit. How nervous is it to bowl the last over of a final?
Sure, the nerves must be on both the teams. You said before, no team has scored above 15 runs, but the pressure of the final over, of the final game, could get to anyone as Achini Pereira moves towards the leg side, hits the gap, and they get back for 2 runs.
Yeah, the outfield isn't supporting at the moment. The outfield looks thick. Just sticking in there was the outfield, but Achini Pereira making use of the wicket, moving across to try and access that leg side boundary. But the field is packed there. They'll only get 2. I think 2 is affordable for the Tanzanians at the moment to stop those boundaries as Achini edges closer to her 50. Oh, Jennifer playing some mind games there, isn't she? We always love that a bit of contest, a bit of mind games in the game of cricket, especially when it's at this magnitude. 14 required in the last 5 of the last game of the series here in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, Drumit.
Then one thing to note is there's only 3 fielders outside the circle as Achini looks to play that towards the square leg region and look for 2. They're running hard. Sophia in the field. Oh, the keeper misses the ball. That was a great throw. But unfortunately, the keeper couldn't collect and they get back for 2. 12 needed of 4.
Achini back on strike now. She needs 1, but the team needs 12. I think the 12 is much more important to her at the moment. That's why she's been trying to exit that boundary. But Jennifer just bowling into the low full toss areas at the moment. Achini Pereira moving on to 49 runs. She approaches her first milestone in Tanzania for this Canada side. First of her series. We'll be hoping she gets that, but we'll also be hoping that she gets it closer to that 12 run in this next 4 deliveries and hit hard, but no! It is the commentator's curse through it. She throws her wicket in the last over on 49. Does Achini Pereira. So it is a sad walk back.
Yes, Jennifer Gabriel, the young gun, getting the wicket of Achini. And it's the fan favorite, Nasr Hamza, who gets the wicket, who gets the catch, and has a little dance for us. That brings an end to a wonderful innings from the batter, Achini Pereira. She scored 39 yesterday, she scored 49 today. I'm sure if there was a game tomorrow, she would have scored 59.
I'm definitely sure. But unfortunately, it's not. She takes a long walk back to the dugout after a hard-fought single innings 49 from her. I feel for her. I feel bad for her. She didn't have the support that she needed today. But here are the fans in Tanzania fighting to see the last 3 deliveries for their side to bring it over the line. It'll be, hopefully, another
Kainat Kazi, who has a job of hitting 3 boundaries in 3 balls. She swings hard, does not connect. Dylan, now it's almost impossible. She needs 2 sixes consecutively.
Yeah, and we haven't seen many of those in this series. Only around 4 or 5 sixes so far this series, but she needs 2 back to back. Kainat Kazi, can she do it for the Canadians? Here comes Jennifer. Slower delivery and misses out again. Jennifer Kimaro brings another dot on the table. Kainat Kazi. At this moment, it's looking mathematically impossible for them to win this game. Tanzania The fans are on their feet. Everyone is excited for this finish. Kainat Kazi, mathematically impossible for her to do anything. Jennifer Kimara to bowl the last of the over. She's prolonging the victory at the moment, isn't she?
I was just about to say, Dylan, she
Yeah.
had ice in her veins, but it looks like there's still a bit of nerves left in her.
Well, what can you say? She must have enjoyed this tournament so much. She wants it to continue. She doesn't want it to end. This Nida Textiles Cup 2025. We're on for the last delivery. 11 required. Slower delivery again. And this time it's over. The Tanzanians have done it. They have won the Nida Textiles Cup 2025 by 10 runs. The Tanzanians have done it, Drumit. Take it away.
What a victory for the Tanzanian team, and what a series this has been. Tightly contested. We had a nail biter in almost every game. This was a spectacle to watch. And the drums come out for the supporters. There's a few dances here in the stands as Tanzania rejoice with another victory in their cabinets. Another cup in that shining trophy cabinet.
And adds one to the coach, Imran Nakardeen. You can see him there giving hands around. Adds one more trophy to his cabinet for the Tanzanians. That's his second now with the women's side. And they've won the home series in 2025. Thank you, Canada, for visiting. Congratulations to them as well for participating and coming on after this long, hard-fought week. You see them. 6 days of no play, rains, politics, no results, but finally, Drumit, we've had 3 full games to decide a winner of this series. It's the woman in blue who've done it over the woman in red, led by their captain, Nema Justin Pius. The Tanzanians have won this by 10 runs, Drumit, and they will be extra happy, and I'm sure the Canadians will have a lot of positive takeaway from this tournament as well, Drumit.
Yes, Dylan, let's take nothing away from the Canadian team. The first game was washed out. They scored 75 runs. In the second game, they were undone by Tanzanians' brilliant all-round display. But then in the third game, they fought back. And how hard did they fight back? With Achini Pereira taking the sole hat-trick and the sole fifer of this tournament. But in this game, the brilliance of Saumtai was just too much for them, as her unbeaten 82 runs took Tanzania over the line. But a lot of positives from the Canadian team, especially Achini Pereira with her all-round brilliance with the bat and ball, and their captain staying unbeaten for 2 games. And today, unfortunately, was run out. Vandana Mahajan with her all-round brilliance as well. Terisha Lavia. Everyone has put in their 100%, but unfortunately, there can only be one winner, and this time it's Tanzania.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to all the viewers out there watching from their respective homes and all around the world. We hope you've enjoyed this series. I've been Dilil Takrar. Beside me, it's been Drumit Mehta. And this is our signing off from the Nida Textiles Cup 2025. The Tanzanian women are crowned the champions. We'll see you at the presentation.
You want me to go into the dressing room and get out? Oh yeah. Can you come with me? You with the photograph.
Thank you, Dylan.
hapa. Ila naona kama tutakuwa na
Team Canada?
rotation pia. Wewe mwenyewe usiteteje kupani.
Mimi naweza kuspani huku naweza kapiga kati, naweza nikazunguka, ila wewe sasa
Make ni sawa, si hapa kuja hivi fresh.
wewe kutaka kuona hapa mimi nakuwa
Au sio kwa nyema make you can't.
High table. Let's give them round of applause to Miss Neema Yotham Sita, Executive Secretary, National Sports Council. A round of applause for Mr. Eric Kendrick, Head of Political Team, High Commission of Canada. Mr. Hamza Pardesi, Managing Director, NIDA Textile, and our proud tournament sponsor. And the chairman, the man behind the wheels of TCA, Dr. B.H. Srikumar. And all other distinguished guests, officials, partners, cricket lovers joining us here. A very warm welcome to each one of you. The NIDA Textiles Cup 2025 has been a truly historic series, our first ever women's bilateral between Tanzania and Canada. This tournament has tested our adaptability and strength after the post-election unrest and the country we faced schedule disruptions and uncertainty, but through unity, coordination, and incredible support from our partners, the event went ahead successfully and safely. Fixtures had to be rearranged, days compressed, matches adjusted, yet both teams showed tremendous professionalism and spirit, playing 4 matches in 3 days. A round of applause for that, for both the teams. And before we move into the awards, it is important to acknowledge and thank the following. I'd like to thank, on behalf of TCA, the government of Tanzania and Her Excellency the President for restoring peace and stability in the country so that sports could continue. A round of applause for that, please. A round of applause for the National Sports Council. The National Sports Council. We have had so many challenges, so one more challenge. The National Sports Council, led by Ms. Neema Sita for her continuous guidance and encouragement. Asante sana Mama Neema. The High Commission of Canada for their partnership, trust, felicitation throughout this journey. I'd like to thank the ICC for their unwavering backing and assistance during this challenging time. Cricket Canada for trusting Tanzania and supporting this historic bilateral series. And finally, to all our stakeholders, officials, scorers, umpires, volunteers, and the wonderful crowd, your commitment kept us the event alive and going. Asante ni sana. Thank you so much. Now, it's okay, Hugo? It's okay. Hi. Now it's time to invite our guests to speak. I'll first like to request Mama Neema from the National Sports Council, please come forward and say a few words. Mama Neema, karibu sana.
Hapa inafanya kazi. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania.
Kazi iendelee.
Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Tuko salama jamani eh? Nashukuru sana. Napenda kuchukua nafasi hii kwanza kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kutujalia afya njema na kutuwezesha kukutana hapa leo kwa ajili ya jambo la kutupa furaha. Furaha yetu ni ya msingi, amani yetu ni ya msingi kuliko kitu chochote, na hii mara nyingi inadumishwa kupitia kwenye michezo. Tujipigie makofi mengi sana. Lakini nichukue pia nafasi hii kuwashukuru sana viongozi wa chama cha cricket kwa kuweza kuandaa shindano hili dogo linalodumisha urafiki, linaloimarisha michezo yetu, linaloboresha ubora wa cricket Tanzania. Wote tunafahamu hapa leo tumekutana na wenzetu kutoka Canada kwa ajili ya mchezo wa kirafiki, lakini mchezo huu una tafsiri kubwa sana mbele yake. Kwanza, unaunganisha udugu baina yetu sisi na wenzetu wa Canada. Lakini pili, tunaona wote tulioshuhudia mchezo tumepata burudani. Tumekutana na kutengeneza network na marafiki na wenzetu kutoka Canada. Tumeweza kubadilishana uzoefu wa kitaalamu, kijamii na kimahusiano. Lakini kubwa kuliko lote ni kwamba na sisi tumeweza kujipima, kwa sababu hili ni shindano la kimataifa. Kwa hiyo limetusaidia na sisi kujipima, kujiona tuko wapi katika mashindano haya ya cricket, mchezo wa cricket umekuwa kwa kiasi gani. Na mimi kwa niaba ya serikali ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania lazima niseme kwa uwazi kabisa, nikiwa kama msimamizi wa sekta hii, ninafarijika sana kuona mambo makubwa na mazuri yanayofanywa na chama cha cricket Tanzania. Naomba tuwapigie makofi mengi sana. Nawapongeza sana kwa sababu haya mambo hatujazoea sana kuyaona. Ni kama muujiza leo hii kukuta timu ya Tanzania inacheza na timu ya Canada, Jimkana, Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, na sisi wengine tunapata nafasi ya kuja kushuhudia. It's a very big thing, na sio jambo la kubeza, ni jambo ambalo linatakiwa lipokelewe kwa utashi na kwa upendo na kwa kupongezwa sana. Kwa hiyo nawapongeza sana chama cha cricket Tanzania. Niwapongeze pia wachezaji wetu wa Tanzania pamoja na Canada, kwa sababu bila nyie kuwepo uwanjani kucheza, ina maana chama cha cricket kisingekuwa na cha kuorganize. Unaorganize nini kama hauna wachezaji? Kwa kitendo cha wachezaji kujitoa kwa moyo wao wote na kuja katika mazoezi kufanya maandalizi mazuri na kuwapokea wenzenu kwa upendo, tunawashukuru sana na tunawaambia hii ndio fursa ya ajira. Tusibeze wala tusihangaike na mambo mengine ya duniani. Tutumie kipaji kilichonacho Mungu alichotujalia kutafuta fursa za kujikimu kimaisha, kwa sababu kupitia kwenye michezo tunaajiriwa, tunapata riziki na tunadumisha amani ya nchi yetu. Si ndio jamani, mabinti wazuri eh? Ndio. Naomba niwapongeze sana na niwaambie kwamba hamjachagua fungu lililo bovu, mmechagua fungu lililo jema. Mnaimarika kiafya, mnapata marafiki, mnapata ajira, lakini mna socialize pia. Huwezi kumkuta mtu wa michezo ana stress hata siku moja. Kwa hiyo hili ni jambo la kulipongeza sana. Pongezi pia ni sasa nitoke kwenye kuwashukuru, naomba niwapongeze na kuwashukuru zaidi pia wenzetu wa Nida Textile kwa kutoa msaada kwa kuwezesha shindano hili. Nida Textile tunawapenda sana. Maanake wanasema duniani kote michezo inapaswa kufanywa na wadau wote. Kwa maana hiyo sasa chama cha cricket kimeorganize, serikali imetengeneza mazingira wezeshi, Nida Textile wametuunga mkono financially. Kwa nini tusiwashukuru? Wangeweza kuamua pesa yao wakapeleka sehemu nyingine yote, lakini wameona hapana, wacha tu support sehemu hii ya michezo ambapo inagusa vijana wengi. Nida tunawapongeza sana na tutaendelea kushirikiana na nyie sana. Lakini nimeona bango lina vitu vingi, naona ICC huwa hawajawahi kurudi nyuma. Kila kitu tunachokifanya ICC ICC wako na sisi, wana support kazi zetu, na hatuna mwakilishi hapa leo, lakini najua cricket wenyewe viongozi ndio wawakilishi wa ICC. Kwa hiyo naomba niwape ujumbe, mwapelekea ICC ujumbe kwamba serikali ya Tanzania inafanya kazi vizuri sana 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 na chama cha cricket cha Tanzania, na ina recognize mchango wao mkubwa kabisa. Tunawashukuru sana. To our colleagues from Canada, the representative of High Commission of Canada in Tanzania, we thank you so much. We thank you so very much for joining us in Tanzania. We have had a nice games here. Our ladies have enjoyed, and I'm quite sure that you have also learned something from us, as well as how we learned a lot from you. We are looking forward to integrate more and to strengthen our collaborations for the betterment of cricket in Tanzania, in Africa, and in the world at large. Once again, thank you so much all for listening. I had a great time with you all. Asanteni sana na niwatakie kila la heri.
Asante sana Mama Neema. And now I'd like to request Representative Mr. Eric Kendrick from the High Commission of Canada to please come forward and say a few words. Mr. Eric, please, a round of applause for Mr. Eric.
Habari za asubuhi mabibi na mabwana. Thank you to everyone.
Hello, hello, hello.
Thank you to the organizers for putting on this very impressive tournament, to Nita Textiles in particular for your sponsorship, to Cricket Canada, to the ICC, to Tanzania Cricket Association. Today's game was a nail biter, but I think it really showed the excellence of the athletes that are here today, and we appreciate all of your resilience at this difficult time and all of your efforts and commitment to sport. The High Commissioner was very pleased to meet both teams yesterday, and unfortunately, due to her schedule, she was unable to come. Now, this is a big deal for Canada, and under any other circumstances, we would have had a huge celebration here in Dar es Salaam. We've had a long-standing partnership and friendship with Tanzania, and we hope it will weather this unsettling period. We express our condolences for the tremendous loss of life over the election period, and we are sorry for the grief shared by many in Tanzania right now. I'm very glad that despite everything, you are finally able to play your matches. This tour is important for Tanzanian and Canadian cricket, women's cricket in particular. For Canada, it underscores our commitment to advancing women in sports and fostering cultural exchanges. Your skill and dedication as athletes is truly inspiring and positive. It unites our communities, inspires future generations, and promotes equality. Congratulations to all the players here today. Hongera sana.
Thank you, Mr. Eric. And now, I have the honor to call upon a man whose dedication and commitment to this tournament deserves a special mention. Sir, over the past few days, we have seen you everywhere, coordinating, logistics, motivating the teams, managing challenges, and ensuring cricket did not stop even for a single moment. Your leadership and passion is what has been an inspiration to us,
a huge round of applause jamani, tumkaribishe mwenyekiti wa chama cha cricket Tanzania Dr. Shrikumar.
Thank you, Atif. Good afternoon to everybody. As you know, we are slightly running behind schedule, and it's quite warm here, so I'll try and keep it as short as possible. Just wanted to mention a couple of things. Number one, when we had thought about this tour, and when I was talking to the president of the Canadian Cricket, and we agreed that the team is going to come here on 27th of October, he asked me, "You have the elections on 29th?" I said, yes, we do have elections every 5 years. There's nothing to be worried about. Everything is going to be smooth. Because I have witnessed 7 elections in Tanzania, and all the previous elections have been absolutely calm, quiet. They landed on 27th. We had the opening get-together on 28th. And as you know, a few unfortunate incidents happened on 29th, mainly on the outskirts and in small cities. A huge credit to the Tanzanian government for bringing everything under control within the minimum time. Because by 31st October, 10 o'clock, everything was under control. People were allowed to move around and everything was all right. But the curfew was on. So when I spoke to the High Commissioner, she said, no, security concerns, let the team remain in the hotel. The same thing happened on 1st of November, 2nd of November, and also on 3rd of November. But all these days, the Canadian team was so understanding, and the Canadian Cricket Board stood with us in those difficult times. And I would really like to thank Mr. Gurdeep Clare and the entire board, the cricketing board. One of the board members, Madam Habiba, is here, and the entire team for the support you have given when we were going through a little bit of turmoil. And as you know, we started the game on 4th of November. Unfortunately, because of rain gods, we couldn't finish the game. We had 2 games yesterday, and it was 1-all. And the decider was this morning. And anybody who has really watched the game, I think both the teams deserve to be the winners. The margin has been extremely thin. And as I was telling yesterday, all I think the Canadian team needs is few more games in this part of the world. So indirectly, I'm marketing for Tanzania. So please come back, play more games with us, and you will get adjusted to the weather, the conditions here, and your cricketing skills and your ICC ranking will only improve. Thank you very much. And may I please request Mama Nema to come and join me here.
Joe.
There are a few people that I would really like to mention here who has really supported us in this journey over the last 10 days. One, a gentleman who stays quite far away. He has been in the ground at 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning, ensuring that the groundsmen are doing their job and the pitches are ready for the game, come rain, come sunshine. And I'm very pleased to call on stage our Chief Development Officer, Hamisi Abdullah. Please come. And the second is another person who has been supporting in every possible way. May I please request Basit Bhai to come on the stage. all these decorations and all the build-up that you see here is actually the effort of a man who has been doing this on a complimentary basis for event after year. Where is Prashant? When we had envisaged this tournament, I had gone to a gentleman and said, what kind of support you can give me? And then he told me, I only have two things. I have rooms, I have food. So take as many rooms as you want and you can have as much food as you want. Put your hands together for Mr. Shabir Abji of 4 Point Sheraton for all the support you have given to us.
Hello.
As you know, we were talking about building cricket academies in Tanzania. And when I approached one of the businessmen here and gave him the idea, he said, I will sponsor the entire cost of a cricket academy. And today, our Azani Academy has become a reality only because of the support we got from Mr. Amin B. Lakhani of Nas Tires. Amin bhai, please. As you are all aware, the development that is happening at the UDSM ground, God willing, will be the first country in Africa to have 3 cricketing grounds at one place. It's a very, very ambitious project, and it is one man who has given us the strength, the encouragement to go for it, and he has been supporting the construction activities at the ground all along. And he is none other than Mr. Giri Pindolia from Esteem Construction. Because of his compulsions of work, he has gone to Dodoma. We are very excited to have the young, dashing Darpan Pindolia representing Esteem Construction, Darpan by Hassan Desfana. And this gentleman deserves a huge round of applause for all the support that they have given to us. Thank you. And as I mentioned, this tournament has become a reality only because of the support that we got from Cricket Canada. And we would like to give a small token of appreciation to Cricket Canada, to Mr. Gurdeep Clare, and may I please request Ms. Habiba to come and collect it. As I told in the initial remarks, the kind of support we got from the Canadian Embassy has really made sure that this tournament goes hassle-free. And there's a small token of appreciation for the Canadian High Commission, and may I please request Mr. Eric, the representative, to come and collect it. the least, as the name indicates, this is all about NIDA. And again, the moment when I told him about this cup, he said, I will sponsor this cup and whatever is the cost, let me know. He did not even tell me that it should be $10,000 or $15,000 or $20,000. He gave me a blank approval to go ahead and conduct the tournament in the befitting manner. Hamza bhai, words fail me in expressing my appreciation, and please come onto the stage. Please, you're more than welcome. And right through the last 2 years, there is one personality who has been helping Tanzania Cricket Association. Any guesses who is that? Yes, Mama Nema. She is one person, 24 hours, I could call her, anything, everything, she is there to support us. Mama Asante Sana, and may I please request Hamza bhai to hand over a token of appreciation to her. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Atif, over to you.
Thank you so much, Chairman. And now we will continue with the awards presentation. Now it's important to acknowledge our match officials. Our request Mr. Eric Kendrick to please come forward to honor the match officials for the NIDA Textiles Cup. Can I request all the match officials, please, you know yourself and I'll be mentioning your names, please come forward and collect a token of appreciation for this tournament. I'll start with the scorers.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite our to present some small token of appreciation to our Tanzanian counterparts. Let me invite Ms. Nema, please. Thank you everyone. Hope you have created some fond memory of ourselves being in this country, and we look forward to seeing you all again.
Thank you, Abiba. And since we are behind schedule, I'll quickly request another special ceremony. I'll request our legend, Mr. Dinesh Vaishnav, please to come forward. And he would like to present a small token to the captain of Team Canada and Team Tanzania. Can we have the tokens here, please? And so I'll request Dinesh uncle, can you please do the honors? Can I request Amarpal and Neema to please come forward on stage so we can get this done quickly as well? Thank you so much, Dinesh uncle. And now, ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the award ceremony. I'll request to do the honors, Chairman TCA, Dr. Sri Kumar, to please come forward. And the sponsor and our partner, Mr. Hamza Pardesi, Managing Director of Media Textiles, to please come forward and we do this last bit of the awards. A big round of applause. Now, to begin, we'll start with the individual awards. As you all know, the series was tied at 1-1, and today was the grand finale. So we start with the player of the match for the fourth game and the deciding game. The player of the match for this one is Saum Kai, 82 runs of just 69 balls. The next award is for the best bowler of the tournament. The tournament was a 5-match series, but it ended up with 4. So the best bowler picking up 6 wickets in the tournament goes to the captain of the Canadian team, Amarpal Kaur. Award for the best batter of the tournament. In 4 matches, she managed to score when it matters. Scoring a total of 97 runs in the tournament. The best batter goes to the Tanzanian Saum Kai again. And finally, to the player of the series, not an ideal start when the tournament started, going out of the first ball, but she managed to come back, and how? And almost clinching it for his team, for her team, sorry. The very own. Round of applause. Round of applause. Round of applause. Achini Banana! Thank you very much, Chini. Now I'll request the runner-up, Captain Canada, Amapal Call, to please come forward and receive your runners-up trophy from our sponsor, Mr. Hamza Pardesi. And as you receive the runners-up trophy, I'll request the whole team to join for a group photograph as well. Team Canada, please, can you all come forward after the trophy is handed over? Can you come together for a team photograph? Team Canada. Now request Captain Team Tanzania. Friends, team, you have made us proud.